Live. Welcome back, guys. I forgot to do the opening. Short break.
That's just funny.
And we're back. So they're finding out that Ghost is now clean shaven. We didn't really miss much. Let's talk about what happened last time. So you guys last time, you got a mission that you were trying to do. You have to infiltrate without ever being detected this facility and insert this thumb drive into the server farm. And you've wisely decided that the best way to get this project done right is that you're going to do some reconnaissance. So you guys have went to a small alpine town at the base of this mountain this facility's in, and in a roundabout way, you've hired a guide to take you up this mountain. You've had some interactions with the staff by pretending to be a potential employee. You've gathered some information, and you've got a map of some key landmarks on the mountain. We're going to pick up the action with you guys on the mountain and beginning your ascent. But before we do that, because I'm skipping time a little bit, I wanted to know if there was any last minute, I absolutely have to have done this before I went up there. Emergency, you did do your shopping last time, and I think you're good on that. But it has been 2 weeks. So if anyone had an aha moment in the last 2 weeks, speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Take that as consent. All right, over here on this map, on the side, this side table, I have a little blue marker called current location. And this is going to be persistent for your journey up and around this mountain. I'll be moving it around as you move. Let me adjust this map. So now you are going to be in the wilderness on the mountain. Your guide, Homer, has helped you put together all your equipment. Each of you are heavily laden now with rucksacks. Homer's equipment is just as heavily laden as yours is, but his rucksack is made out of animal hide, and pretty much he has the same kind of equipment you have. He just has very local versions of it. As you all come up to this part of the wilderness, Homer, who has been leading you up to this point, puts his hand up in a stop motion and then sits down in the snow and waves everyone in as if to come closer. I'll shuffle up closer.
Fuck, Homer, it's cold.
It's only going to get colder, man. You hear that buzzing noise? And you guys intently listen for a second and do hear something that sounds like a very distant swarm of bees. And he says very softly, snow piranhas.
Did you just say snow piranhas?
Yeah, I told you there were snow piranhas up here.
we even know what one of those things even looks like? What the hell?
Your microphone is probably not in the right position, Dubs.
It is not, and you are correct.
There we go. That's better. He's like, okay, just, that's fine. We'll go back over it. So snow piranhas are small insect-like animals. They range from the size of a bottle cap to the size of the palm of your hand, and they move in swarms of like 50 to 100 swimming through the snow. If they detect us, our thermal signature, we're going to have to get out of the snow. Only a couple of ways to do that without time to prepare. One of them is to climb a tree, and he points to the set of grove of trees directly in front of you guys. Like, the other is to find one of the ice mounds. The local wildlife will make these ice burrows because the snow piranhas can't dig through rock or dirt or ice. They can only swim through snow. So just keep that in mind. Also look for unusual snow embankments like snowdrifts, because those could be nests. And listen, because you will hear them before you see them. Okay?
Okay. Thanks, Homer.
Yep, got that.
So are we climbing the trees now?
Only.
Do we have?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do we have any? Like when we do see them, are there any telltale signs of what they look like if we don't hear them first?
Yeah, they glow red because they have some sort of chemical reaction, and you will often see a like red group of orbs like swimming through the snow. But by the time you can see them, they're like going to be on you. Usually you can hear them. But yeah, let's proceed forward with extreme caution. All of you keep your eyes open, and let's stay close to those trees as we move through this area. Okay?
Got it.
Following you, Homer.
He's going to start leading you guys forward. Everyone, give me your first perception check of the night.
Seven here.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
I also got a 7.
Oh man, if only we were at the slots.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
I got a 5, and that's with all the modifiers.
Snowblind.
Homer got a 7.
Nice.
So, you guys are trouncing forward very slowly. Now, everyone, one of the things you guys did say you were going to get was snowshoes, right?
Yes.
Yes, they came
Yep.
with our kit.
So as you guys are moving forward, you're in full thermal gear. You got your mittens and your earmuffs and your head stuff, and you've got glasses, and you've got your, snow boots, and you are set, which is important because it's about 14 degrees Fahrenheit at this point on the mountain. So it's pretty darn cold for where you're at, and it's only gonna get colder, as Homer has already warned you. As you get up to this point, he points to this snow mound. He says snow drifts like that can be nests. But if that were a nest, it would be making like a lot of noise. And he's going to be like, I think we're okay to move forward. I don't hear the buzzing as much anymore, so we can keep moving. And you guys continue to tromp up the hill. What kind of conversations are you guys going to be having, since he feels like you're in the clear now?
Which way are we going on this hill? Like, where's our?
I'm going to say
going up them.
Roughly this way is up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This map will be used for any non-named map. This is my mountain wilderness map. So I will shuffle it around a little bit, but this map is going to be for the parts of the adventure that are not in specific locations. Not all of the specific locations are listed on your map. I was just giving you guys a chance to talk amongst yourselves and sort anything out before we got to our next phase.
Are we gonna actually hunt something?
Actually, that wouldn't be a terrible idea, Homer says. As it gets closer to nighttime, we're gonna probably want to eat. And while I brought enough dry rations that we could get, by having some fresh meat wouldn't be terrible.
It would also sell our story that we're hunting, that we're hunters.
Good thinking.
Of note, do these ice mounds, like if we have to go climb an ice mound to get away from snow piranhas, are they like groups of like is it flat and is there any cover on them? I guess is my
So
question.
kind of. The problem is actually going to be getting out of them. They're kind of like bowl-like depressions with raised lids on the outside, and they are actually made by the local wildlife. Homer explains, saying, the local wildlife, that's their defense against the ice piranhas. They use their body heat to melt the snow into a layer of ice and let it refreeze into these bowls. The problem is that obviously an ice bowl is very slippery. Some of them are deeper than others, so you may have trouble getting out once you get in. You're gonna have to be very careful. Make sure you keep like your ice axe handy.
You said the local animals do that? What are they called?
I mean, there's a bunch of different local animals that do that, but the most prominent hunted out here are the elk variety that are here. We just call them elk, but they're not exactly a Terran elk. They also live in those dens, so if we're going to be hunting, we should probably go investigate that one that's up ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Can I roll an investigate?
Sure, you can also roll survival if you want to look for tracks or signs of recent habitation.
Oh, I suck at that, so it'll be an investigate.
Okay, everyone else is also welcome to make rolls too.
Oh, I rolled 2 6s. So
Oh, hell yeah.
12 plus 2. 16 total? Yeah. It's boxcars, right? It's a crit.
It is a crit, and there's going to be one. I just realized I didn't make a token for that specific creature, even though I have a physical description of it. And I was going to see if the AI generator could, in the time it takes me to generate everything, come up with it. It's one shot. One shot. It didn't do it. Actually, some of these aren't bad. I'm just going to pick one, and then I'll tell you where it's different than a space elk, than a regular elk. So this guy, download. Yep. And then I'm going to go here. Objects, components, custom, figurine.
Back in my day, we had to use our imaginations.
Right. I like using the imagination, but I also like having visuals.
Oh no, this makes perfect sense for this media that we're playing on.
So there's two differences between a actual elk, which is basically what this is, because when I said space elk, it said elk in space. It's fine. It's fine. It's a computer. That's good. Anyway, so the differences between this thing and what you see up to its, you see how long its legs are? Basically up to its top joint on its leg is pure stony looking chitin. It looks thick, armored, possibly razor sharp.
To defend against piranhas.
Yes, and it doesn't have two sets of antlers. It only has one in the middle, and it's made of the same chitin, but it's razor sharp. Kind of looks like an axe head almost.
I can assume that anatomically, its heart will be about in its frontal chest above its, front legs.
Yep, it basically looks just like an elk has adapted to survive on this planet. There's a couple of minor other anatomical differences, but it definitely looks about the same. And it comes out of this little ice cavern, ice mound. Like, it doesn't even notice you guys are there.
So weight, we're talking like 450 pounds or 700 pounds?
This one is a big boy. I'm gonna say he's probably not quite 700 pounds, but he is. You wouldn't want to hit him with your car. I guess you wouldn't want to hit any of them with your car. But yeah, he's closer to the 700 than the 400.
Okay.
He's obviously an adult male.
Obvious. Low hanging. Anybody
Well-
else have a big game rifle or a like a sniper rifle equivalent? Other than me?
So Homer has one. He has a 50 caliber muzzleloader that is designed for taking these things down, and he's experienced in doing it. But he does nod to you like, "Hey, do you want to take the shot?" Like he's done this 1,000 times.
I just think we should both try to shoot it.
Okay. Anyone else want to take a shot?
Can I put my thermal goggles on and take a look at it? Thermal signature?
Sure. That would be a recon roll. Homer is going to pull out his rifle and then indicate to Taylor. He's going to be like, "Oh, shit. Taylor, my powder's wet. I'm not going to be able to make this shot. I got to pull all this out."
What?
Yeah, it must have gotten wet when I scooched down. And he's like actively dumping powder out of the muzzleloader. It is all wet.
Damn, Homer. Oh, by shooting this thing, is that going to attract attention from communications people?
It is possible. We're low enough on the mountain right now that they might not. But if they're super close by, they might try to investigate.
How about snow piranha?
Snow piranha don't react too well to gunfire, but they're not like drawn to it. They're not going to swarm us. But it's not gonna like. It's not that it doesn't affect them. If you start shooting at them, the shockwaves and sound might cause them to scatter. Of course, it might also cause them to frenzy. So the answer is no. It's not going to turn you into a feeding frenzy like a shark.
Okay.
That's your concern.
I got an 11 on my recon roll.
Ooh, okay. What do you want to know? You are analyzing.
I specifically like their thermal signature, because if they're having to build nests and holes to defend themselves, then snow piranhas go after them. I just want to kind of see what their normal running temperature is.
I mean, it's pretty warm for the surrounding area. It stands out just like you guys are. It's just bigger. But its body temperature is about the same as yours. It's just got several 100 pounds on you. I guess combined, you guys would all be heavier. Anyway, it sounds like it's down to Taylor to make the shot.
Yeah, I don't know if we can drop this thing with one shot. I'm gonna get prone and like belly crawl closer to it.
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't see me.
Would you like to use a stealth roll to add the effect to your shot?
Sounds right.
Okay.
I rolled a 9, and then my stealth is a 1. 10 total.
Okay, that gives you an effect of 2, so you can add that to your shot. So make your shot.
Nine with the effect.
Okay, so add your effect to your damage.
$19 total damage.
So Taylor pulls the trigger on this big game rifle. Now, this is in essence a elephant gun, but modernized. The round is quite impressive. And it sails in one side of this elk and out the other, straight through its heart. The elk takes 3 steps after letting out a horrendous howl and then slumps into the ground, which is seeping with red, expanding around it now.
Damn, that was a good shot. Did you guys see that?
Oh,
Very nice.
well done, brother. Let's go get it out of the snow. I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. All right.
So
And you remember? Okay.
go ahead.
I was just going to bring up a memory from the past where we remember when Dad took us hunting, like when we were kids. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, I missed like 3 times. You were always right on target.
It's okay, man. It was the experience. It was fun.
Yeah, we hacked the shit out of that raccoon carcass, though.
Having read your backstory an hour ago, I'd like to point out that you listed your backstory that you were both adopted, like you were raised in an orphanage. Sorry, not adopted. You were raised in an orphanage and joined the military.
I'm lying completely then. It's all about sarcasm when I'm like, hey, remember Dad? When Dad took us hunting.
It's just a thing you guys say. Dad was the one that was always letting you guys go out and like build things like helicopters. Like those were your adventures with Dad.
Exactly.
We just walked through the streets at night with a handgun and killed a giant rat.
Just romanticize it though. Okay, big boy. Homer, you any good at like dressing this thing?
Of course. You want me to show you how to do it, or you want me to just go to town?
Oh, I'd like to learn. Luca, you want to learn?
Yeah, that's a real cool horn thing. Like, do you save that?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we're going to make a makeshift axe out of that right now. And he starts getting to work. First thing he does is he grabs a rope and he drags it over to a set of trees and hoists it up on a tree so that he can drain it and skin it. And he starts, it's pretty graphic, but he basically starts gutting it, getting all the organs out. He strips off the chitin and he bags the chitin. He does several cuts of meat. He pulls the horn off and he takes a branch of wood and basically lashes them together to make a makeshift hatchet. And he says, you know, this chitin's actually extremely hard, and making a real hatchet out of these is a craftsman thing you can have done down in the town. And he holds it out like, who wants it?
Oh,
It is yours. No.
Nope, no, you go ahead.
I did touch it first. I'm sorry.
So
But you killed it.
You can add a standard hatchet to your cards. I'll dig one up in a minute. Just notate that it's, you know, actually like wood and, you know, space elk corn. Okay, doing all of this, 2 things happen. First, the sun has begun to set, so Homer's like, we may as well go ahead and make camp, and since there's a snow mound over there, we should probably go ahead and make camp in the snow mound. I'll show you how to make a fire in there without melting it. And as you guys all start to do, snow starts to fall.
Ooh, good effect. Aiden, you coming?
Yes.
That was a long pause for you. He was seriously considering, like, no, I want to go home.
I was on mute. Sorry.
He hasn't had his pizza in a while.
So
I know I'm just, having problems.
Homer shows you guys how to lace a tarp over the top of the ice mound. He explains how to, like, if the ice mound wasn't here, how to dig holes in the ground to keep the snow piranhas from getting into your camp. And he goes over a lot of local wildlife, like the smaller, like they've got what you expect to find in an, a winter forest. There's big things like the elk, and then there's a handful of critters that stay, but a lot of things that are seasonal that you would normally see in the summer, they don't exist up here too much. You do find occasional forager. They have a squirrel-like creature up here that forages, but not a ton. And you guys get your campfire rolling. And he's like, even though we're in an ice mound, you guys probably should we should do a rotation. He's like, I'm gonna go ahead and start cooking some elk meat. Who wants what? But we should probably do a rotation to see, like, for people to keep an eye out for things like snow piranhas or the patrols or the spotting aircraft that very occasionally fly overhead.
Yeah, we can split it up 3-hour shifts. I'll take first shift.
Take some of that elk over there.
Okay, Homer's not a great cook, so your options are charred or really charred.
We'll take the less charred. Hold the carbon.
So he, one of the first things you guys are going to discover about Homer is he really is not a good cook. He rolled snake eyes, so it's like burnt on the outside and raw on the inside. You guys can take your chances if you want.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna eat my rations. I think. Thanks, guy. That looks good though, but I think I'm just gonna, trying to stay on a diet type thing.
Yeah, I'll eat some. I'm starving.
Yeah, I got a space parasite. Give me another bite of that.
That's a true story. You guys are always starving now.
Oh, I rolled snake eyes though.
For eating.
What about you, Holmes?
I think I'm gonna stick with my rations for uncooked charred meat. Does that make sense?
Okay. I'm surprised none of you said, I'm just going to go recook this.
No, it's.
I'm being polite.
Uh-huh. Well,
While he's doing that, I want to keep my eyes up and like looking around the area, kind of just paying attention outside of the ice mound.
you guys are taking shifts. I believe Taylor said he was going to take the first shift, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'll take second.
Is everyone beds down for the night? Taylor, you rolled snake eyes. You ate raw meat. You get the screaming shits. But you can't shit here in the ice mound. So you decide that you're going to go find a tree. You get out here, and you get mid-drop and hear the loudest buzzing of hornet sounds you've ever heard coming from a direction. And then he's already told you what that means.
I'm going to climb the tree.
Okay. I have an important question. Did you pull your pants up first?
Nope, I did not.
So Taylor climbs his tree. Go ahead and give me an athletic strength check.
Goodbye, guys. This is how I die.
Just
Oh, that's
poop
not
on them
bad.
before they get you.
I rolled a 9, but I have a 0 in strength, so that's a 9.
Excellent. That's a pass. You get yourself up the tree. And as you get yourself up the tree, a bunch of glowing red lights come in, and they start swarming around where you were dumping. They actually seem to be swimming through the little bit of shit you got out, which is fantastic, right? But as it cools down, they become less and less interested, and they buzz off. No pun intended. And you're probably up there more than long enough to pull your pants up if you want. But you're probably up there for a good 10 or 15 minutes after the buzzing subsides before you feel like maybe you could climb back down.
I will do so cautiously. Very stealth-like.
I would also now like a endurance check because you've been out here in your jammies with your butt hanging out in the freezing cold. It is dropped to 0, almost 0.
I rolled a 10.
Excellent.
And have a 10.
So you are in great shape. You were able to, finish doing your business and get back to camp.
Teeth chattering as I come back, slipping down into the hole. I'm gonna go try to warm up. Oh, no, I need to finish my shift.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can still be around the fire while you're on lookout. You just need to be on lookout. Okay, so that passes. Rex said he wanted the next shift. Rex, you're gonna wake up and, other than looking pale, I mean, Taylor's there.
Anything exciting happen on your watch?
I heard some piranhas. I don't think I want to really fuck with those things up close. They got little red lights or something. They like glow in the dark. Loud.
Which direction?
Downhill from us.
Okay. You didn't think that it would have been a good idea to maybe tell us about that when it was happening?
No. Everybody was, bedding down. It was no big deal. Just, in the trees. I think they were around there.
Okay.
Well, stay away from that one that smells like shit. All right, good night.
Got it.
No follow up there.
Nope.
Holmes, go ahead and give me a recon check. We're just going to do one for the whole shift.
8, 9, 10.
Oh, just made it. Not quite on the path you guys are on, but up in this direction. You see, because you know how it is when you're on watch. You study the horizon so much that little details you wouldn't normally see, they kind of start to stand out because you're so bored. You see a glow that you realize could only be from like an artificial source. Like there is something out there that has lights.
It's still over the horizon, though.
Yeah, it's deep enough in the trees and far enough away that you couldn't reasonably get to it tonight unless the whole party decided to break camp and travel through the night, which you've already been told by Homer is not a great idea.
Got it. I'm going to keep watching it.
Okay.
Among watching the rest of the horizon.
Yep, nothing else happens. Who's next on shift? That's got to be Kizik or Homer, right?
Or Aiden.
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Well, I mean, the cool part is nobody called it, so I get to wake up whoever I want.
That's true. All right, so you wake up Aiden.
Yeah.
Aiden, give me a recon check.
Got a recon check so I got 11.
Okay.
So 9, recon 1, intelligence 1.
So the fire is starting to die down. You realize that, you don't actually have enough wood to keep it going in the ice mound. And before you actually step out of the ice mound, you take one last look and you notice as you come to the perimeter that the swarm of red dots is getting closer. And you hear the buzzing noise of these things again. What do you do?
Oh, great. I'm going to start waking some people up.
Okay, who do you go to first?
All right, so I'm going to go to Taylor first.
Okay, so you start, pushing on Taylor's shoulder and you wake him up. And by this point, the buzzing is super loud and the swarm has started like a clockwise motion starts swirling around the mound. Taylor, you get woken up out of your restful sleep and you hear a buzzing noise.
Oh my god, they're back. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Homer, get up.
Homer pulls out of his bearskin sack and hears the noise and immediately starts scrambling up towards the edge of the ice mound to have a look. And he's like, "Oh crap! They must have detected us. They usually don't through the ice mound." And he starts looking around and he's like, "We're gonna have to either lower our body temperature signatures till they go away, or we're gonna need to make them leave." But the only ways I know to make them leave is through concussion and gunfire and such like that. And it's going to be pretty loud.
Shit.
Oh, that's great.
If we put out the fire and we shield our thermal signatures, it's going to get cold. But they'll go away.
How cool are we talking about here?
Cold.
Cool. Oh, okay.
He's actually kind of waiting for you guys to make a decision.
Yeah, guys, do you want to go loud and stay warm? Possibly making things worse for us? Or are you good with...
Or
I
butt
recommend
naked
cold.
and iced.
So now that everybody's awake, I'm gonna quickly be like, "Hey guys, there's something else out there that I saw on my watch, like man-made and artificial. I recommend going with cold instead of making noise."
All right, guys. What happens in the snow mound stays in the snow mound.
You guys stamp the fire out. It was running out of wood anyway, right?
Right.
And Homer is like, everyone immediately like zip up in your thermal blankets and bags, and hopefully the shielding on the thermal blankets will be enough to keep our signatures in. And he crawls into his too.
Cuddle with Luca.
That would increase your signature, but yeah, it would help maintain your body heat. Ooh, that's not good. I gotta roll something else now. Oh, okay. Hours go by. Everyone give me a endurance check.
And thanks for keeping me warm, brother.
You good, buddy?
We got an 8 here.
Huh?
I'm gonna separate us now because I forgot how much you move in the middle of the night. You're keeping me the fuck up.
Rex?
6.
Give me
You got
one.
an 8.
Give me
on
another.
my endurance.
Give me another check, Rex. One more.
Aye. 7. Better than a 6.
So the rest of the night passes, and the buzzing eventually in the wee hours of the morning subsides. The Boaz brothers pull themselves out of their sleeping bags, and Aiden has also awoken. And you notice that Holmes is like, he's kind of trying to pull himself out of his bag, but his lips are bright blue, and he's very pale. And Homer does not come out from his bearskin sleeping bag.
What?
Fuck. Let's get him out.
Poke him?
Who you go?
Start.
Who you go for
you
first?
guys start the fire. Captain.
Okay. So Holmes is conscious and able to speak to you. He's just obviously suffering from hypothermia.
All right. Aiden, you said what happens in here stays in here. Skip
right.
down to your skivvies and hop in that sleeping bag. Warm them up.
Oh, all right. What stays? Whatever stays. It's remember. This is. I'm doing this to save
Yeah,
lives.
get
here.
in there. Save him.
All right.
Let's
Okay.
see what Homer's doing.
Things
Okay,
you do for your captain.
I'm
Yep.
telling you, I'm stripping down. I'm getting in the blanket.
So you,
He's getting the fire going.
you pull back the covers on Homer, and he is still alive because he's shivering, but he is not completely conscious. As a matter of fact, he's not really conscious. He's in worse shape than Holmes is.
I'm gonna work on that fire.
I strip down and hop in with Homer.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, that's a critical success. So Homer's gonna come back. Holmes, give me a +4 check.
With +4, I got a 7.
Holmes is still not doing great, but Homer is like, "Oh, thank you, you saved my life." So that kind of reversed. Homer is, as soon as he gets up and sees the state that he's in, he's like, what we need to do is we need to like direct the heat. We need to like angle it so it's like directed towards Holmes, and he ends up helping you in time to save Holmes's life, but Holmes is going to take a temporary 2 hits to his endurance. So you're going to lose 2 points of endurance until you can warm up and get a full night's sleep.
I'm cold.
You are very cold.
This place sucks.
And we
Eat some
can get him
breakfast.
some hot tea or something. You make some tea with the evergreen ferns. Homer.
Homer's like,
Oh, that's slow.
I can do that, but unless we're going to camp here for an extended period of time, like it's probably not going to help without hours and hours of staying on near the fire. So we could stay here, or we can push on. He'll probably be all right in the long term. He's just going to need some time to shake it off.
So Holmes is going to be okay in the long term, just shaking it off over time then. So he's mobile then, basically.
Yeah, well, he was mobile from the get. Yeah. He was just, shivering uncontrollably.
He's just a human popsicle.
Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to cuddle with you, and you weren't very good at cuddling.
No, I know. I just, hey, big old furry man chest, chest hair, everywhere.
So Homer's like, I can, we can stay here, but it, that would waste a bunch of time and increase our chance of being detected.
Yeah, no, we need to go further. Which direction did you say that light was in?
I point off towards the direction. Like, it was over the horizon, but it was definitely artificial light coming up that way.
Homer's going to be like, that's really interesting because there's no roads out there. And as far as I know, he pulls out a paper map, which you guys all have data pads and stuff. And he's looking at this hand-drawn paper map, and he's like, there shouldn't be anything out there.
Well, let's go check it out.
All right.
It's still up the mountain that way, so I think we should go check it out.
Yeah, Homer's like, it's only a minor detour. Let's go do it. And he climbs out. He shows you guys how to snuff out your camp. And you guys start trotting along. Everybody give me... I'm going to call it an endurance roll. It's mostly the cold you guys are fighting. And yes, this place sucks.
Oh no, I got a 6.
Got a 12.
I got a 3.
Oh, sweet, I didn't get the lowest number. I got 5.
I'm glad I didn't completely fuck that up.
I thought with the gear on and everything. Never mind.
So you're resilient to the cold, but we're below 0 temperatures. But we're real cold at this point. I mean, it might have had a temperature on there that was lower than that. Who's got the page number? Regardless, yes, you have cold weather gear, but that doesn't make you immune. And when you were buying it, I did tell you it would not make you completely immune to the cold.
Roger.
But when you're talking about 0 degrees temperature, if you didn't have that gear, you'd be a meat popsicle right now. Okay, so you guys are going to come up on a bunker that shouldn't be here. I'd first like recon rolls from everybody that's making this approach. Anybody who got below a 6 on the endurance, you are at a setback for this recon roll because you are concentrating on staying warm.
Seven recon.
Okay.
Is the setback roll 3 get rid of the highest, or is it?
Yes, it's roll 3 and it's a bane basically.
Okay.
Got 9 on my recon.
Awesome.
Even with my setback, I got a 9. I'm just uncomfortably close to somebody.
I got an 8 with my setback.
Homer got a 9 too. All right, so everybody but Aiden sees it then. There's a hive right here. And I don't know if you guys can actually see the little particles there. But
yes.
I may have left
cool.
I may have left hints that some of these mounds were not to be fucked with. But you guys all do your perception checks and see that. And you
Aiden, go check that out.
You just dive in your skivvies. And you managed to make it all the way up to the door of this strange facility that Homer seems fascinated with. He's like, this shouldn't be here. This is really weird.
There's no cameras or anything?
So you guys can do some additional... Actually, you guys already rolled 1 recon, so I'll just use that score. There does appear to be like a doorbell camera, not like a security camera, up above the main bunker door. But beyond that, it looks like a prefab. It doesn't actually look like a bunker. What it looks like is a prefab habitation. You guys are familiar with those from the Central Supply catalog? All right, so it's basically a prefabricated module that sits on stilts. They're buried in the snow at this point, and it's got two like large modules attached to it, and then a shroud that's been put over top of it. So it is a permanent structure, but it's also prefabricated.
Huh. Does it look to be about a year old?
It's really hard to tell. It's in actually kind of poor repair. There are drag marks coming to and from it, but not fresh ones. So like the snow has fallen and filled them in. Actually, the snow's letting up.
So you said there was a camera on this thing. Is the camera like active? Is it like got a light on it? Is it moving?
It's a Ring doorbell.
Oh, gotcha.
Does it have any sort of visible signs of communication capability, antennas, anything like that? Wires or anything coming into it? Like power lines, anything like that? Any smoke, any sort of things that would tell us what powers it and what its capabilities are?
There's no smoke coming out of it. There's no large antenna arrays. There's no external generator that you can see, although if you listen carefully, you're going to hear a hum that implies that there is, in fact, a generator running somewhere inside of it. And as far as the doorbell goes, there's an open sesame button right next to the doorbell thing for opening the door. And that's the only button interface you see on the door.
Are there any windows, cracks, anything like that we could potentially see inside, or like light can escape from, anything like that?
There are plates where windows were. As you try to peer in them, you're going to notice that instead of glass being in there, someone has actually like riveted panels in, like steel panels in.
Do you think this is where the light was coming from, though? Do we see lights around?
There are lights on the corners of the building.
Huh.
They're off right now, but they're like floodlights.
What do you think, Homer?
Do we see any markings? Is it connected to the company in the mountain?
Yeah.
There are no markings. It doesn't look like the same style of equipment, though.
You said there's like ruts and stuff in the ground. Do these lead off in a direction?
Yeah, they lead off in several directions, actually.
Oh, okay. All uphill, or?
Nope. Looking at it, you're going to assume that while someone has definitely used this building, they haven't used it in at least the past week.
We gonna hit the doorbell and run, or what do you guys want to do?
I mean, I'm in a big old hooded thing. I could just walk up there and smash the doorbell and see if the thing's open.
I mean, we're not supposed to be here.
Well, are we past the Deadly Forces authorized mark yet?
You guys have technically passed that perimeter, yes. So if you look on your side map, you guys basically went from there to there. You're still really low on the mountain, but you are technically on the mountain.
I would like to investigate the door itself and any like locking mechanisms.
Okay. I mean, it is built to be an all-purpose door, so it's actually an airlock, even though that is totally unnecessary on this planet. It does not appear to be locked. The open button is illuminated, and you could press it. And then there's that little fisheye camera that is the equivalent of the Ring doorbell that's there, and that's all you see.
Well, if somebody's watching that camera, we're probably already on candid camera, and they've probably already seen us. So
Yeah, but I mean, we're here to go further up the mountain and check out things. Oh, we should also not talk in the vicinity of a camera.
Concur.
Yeah, but like, guys, this isn't supposed to be here. It isn't on any of the company maps.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, you've got a company map?
Yeah,
Well,
he was.
they're publicly posted. Also, I was one of their employees. Homer's not going to... You guys walk away. He's absolutely not walking away with you. He's looking at this door. And if you guys walk away and leave him there, he's going to walk closer to it.
Go ahead and hit the button, Homer. I'm going to watch from the corner.
I say we watch him knock on the door and just stay away. Let him do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with him.
You guys are a bunch of pussies. He's gonna hit the button, and the door just opens. It's an iris airlock valve, and it spins open. And inside there are two very interesting looking flame totems that are providing light and heat. They're ornate, carved out of wood, but there's like a pipe in the middle of them that has got like a blue flame coming out the top. And instead of having traditional electric lights, that's the only illumination for the inside. It is the inside of a standard airlock. So like Homer turns around and he's like, I'm going to hit the other button if you guys aren't coming. And then he stops mid-sentence and he's looking at something on the ground.
What did you see, Homer?
He looks at you and he looks down the ground and he bends over, and so there's a bunch of detritus on the ground. Mostly it's like sticks and twigs and stuff that have been drug in. But he picks up something shiny and it's a little pendant with a compass on it, and he holds it up for you to see.
Huh. It's like
Hey,
what a kid would wear.
Yeah, what's that?
It's actually a family emblem, and you met the family yesterday. This is the family emblem that Portia's family wears, waitress.
Ooh.
And her brother went missing up here.
Yeah, I look at Luca. Yeah. Come on.
That's your girl, you mean? Come on.
What do you mean,
So-
my girl?
So these
Not my
blue
girl.
lights, they give off heat? Or
They
are they
do
just
they do
light?
give off heat. It's a fire.
Okay.
But it is
Do
a
the sticks? Can I do a recon? Does it look like everything's burned up in here?
no, the sticks are still intact.
There's no body parts or anything in here, is there?
There are no body parts that you can see in here. There's detritus on the floor. You see pine cones. You see drag marks. You see mud. And Homer hits this other button. And as he hits this other button, the airlock cycles. The outer door closes. And the inner door opens.
Oh,
And Homer goes, holy shit.
holy shit.
This is looking a little weird.
You hear the whining sounds of some small turbines as what you're not sure is a person or a robot floats around and then makes a sort of off screeching sound as it raises a laser and points it at Holmes. And I'd like everyone to do initiatives now.
Do I still have a disadvantage for being cold?
No. Actually, you guys have warmed up enough that I'm going to let Holmes have his 2 hit points back. I hope he doesn't need them.
We're about to find out.
And got a 6.
The bad guy
Got a
also got a
9.
6.
No, I got an 11.
I also have an 11.
I got a 7.
Okay, so everybody goes before the bad guy then, because Aiden tied with him, and everyone else scored better.
Who had the highest though?
I think Holmes and
I think
Luca
we
tied.
tied.
Well, don't you both go at once now?
I feel like Holmes should go first since he's the one with a laser, and I do mean like a laser pointer pointed at him. Still feels pretty threatening. This thing's pretty ugly.
I'll second that.
It's the size of an upper torso with a backpack on.
It's an XCOM floater.
It is. Oh, please tell me you're an XCOM fan.
I love XCOM.
Oh, yes. Yes, XCOM is fantastic.
Yes. And because I hate floaters and XCOM, like, that thing's getting shot. It's probably not the right thing to do, but I'm gonna do it.
Okay, well, you have the initiative.
Alrighty. We're gonna do the shooting thing. With the giant shotgun.
Change the music to action. Do it.
Here. Where's my gun thing again? There it is. 8, 9, 10. I assume 10 hits him.
A 10 does hit him with 2 effect.
Okay.
I don't wanted to see what that laser pointer was going to do.
17 damage.
That's pretty fucking good. Let's see. 17. Stats are over there. Okay. So 17 does not kill him, but it does sear through one of his arms, which he shrieks and it falls to the ground, and it happens to be the one that had the laser pointer in it. But he's now floating around quite erratically.
Unfortunately for it, and if we wanted to stop, I still have a second shot that I have to do because I'm auto 2.
Go ahead and do it.
Boxcars.
Oh, it's dead as a door now. Go ahead and give me your damage.
Effect 4. Another 17.
Yeah, so its arm gets sheared off with the first burst. The second burst goes in the underside of its cranium and out the upper side, and effectively removes its skull as it flips to the ground. Its jets seem to be still trying to maneuver, but have stopped actually putting out thrust. But they're still like twitching, like impulse response. And you guys are now in this super creepy room.
Good job, Holmes.
Homer's like, oh shit.
You wanted to come in here, man.
What the fuck
Oh, look
is
at
this?
dead baby robot over here.
Are these the people from the village?
So Homer's gonna like walk up to one of the cage and be like, yes, yes, definitely. This guy's name was Alan, and he's been missing for almost 6 months.
Does he still look like Alan, or does he look like the thing inside that cage?
He looks like the thing inside. They all look like things inside that cage, and they're all dead.
Oh shit!
Ugh.
Is this the communications people doing this?
I don't know why they would do this. I don't know why anyone would do this.
What the fuck is going on here, Homer?
I don't know, but what is that thing? And he kind of looks down at what's left of the floater. And what's left of the floater is bleeding.
Ooh.
Luca, come here.
I pulled my gun and pointed at the thing. Oh, that's not what we're doing. Oh,
No, come here.
yeah. You're
This
thinking it
has-
too, right? Cold
Yeah.
stuff. There's gonna be some nanites.
This has that shit written all over it. What are they doing here?
I mean, they're in this space. You think these people volunteered, or
Hell no. They didn't volunteer for this. Jesus.
Oh shit! And then I look down at my tablet and I pull that out to see if it's getting infected with some kind of virus.
Okay, give me a computer's check. It's 4 to pass.
Seven.
So it's not getting infected, but you've lost all communication with the outside world. This building is shielded.
There's definitely something messed up about this building. I can't get anywhere, but I'm not actively getting attacked. Hey Aiden, you still got your phone, or is that exploded yet?
Oh, I've got a new phone.
All right, you just keep watching that. Make sure it doesn't explode in your hands.
Okay.
right, guys,
Aiden,
which way we
you're
going?
standing right next to Homer. Homer's basically lost all composure. He's like almost curled up in the fetal position and has started to shimmy out towards the airlock.
Oh gosh. All right, I'm gonna grab Homer here and bring him back in here a little bit more.
You gonna guide him back in? Okay.
Can I give him a leadership role?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey Homer, man, have you ever heard of the Duchess? Have you ever heard this story? So this Duchess was like this crazy chick who thought that she wanted to be perfect by incorporating more and more cyber parts to her. She started this crazy religion. I got a 12 on my leadership check. And it's like it's make believe, man. But like, look at this. Like this, it reminds me of this, man. It's just a story, Homer.
I haven't heard of that, but if like that's what's going on, and he does seem galvanized by your leadership role, and I'm gonna say he's gonna turn that fear into a little bit of anger, and he's like, we've got to burn this place to the ground.
Homer, I'm with you. I'm with you. We need to figure out why it's here, though. So,
Yeah, we still got 3 more doors there. I'm kind of wondering what's going on behind those doors too.
Captain, you want to pick a door?
Can I do a medical check on those things to see if they are indeed the weird, crazy cyber Duchess robot thingies? That
You gonna do an autopsy right here on this floor? Yeah, absolutely, you can.
Sweet.
This little picture on the wall is kind of what this room looks like, so it's not clean and tidy.
All right. I may not be the greatest at medicine, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
That's extra sanitary right there.
Luca offers you the axe made out of horn.
This looks like the Saw, right? Like from Saw, that first room.
I got a 9.
Okay. You successfully autopsy this. This is a unholy amalgamation of human and machine, and it bears all of the hallmarks of the cybernetic implants you've seen from the Synthetic Unity, which is the name of their church.
Yeah.
Also, there is a laser-based weapon built into his hand that you could possibly remove and utilize if you wanted to. It's probably not going to be any more powerful than a laser pistol, though.
Anybody want a laser pistol?
Like finger guns? Yeah.
Homer's like, I wouldn't mind having a better weapon than a 50 caliber muzzleloader in these close quarters. I'll give it back.
Has Homer calmed himself down a little bit?
Yeah, Homer's went, but due to Taylor's inspiration and leadership, Homer has gone from afraid to angry.
Okay, as long as he's not trigger happy or nervous.
I swapped my, I put my big game rifle away. I'm going to pull my shotgun out.
Okay. Is anyone going to lend Homer a weapon?
Isn't he getting the hand of the floater?
If he
We'll get
yes,
him a laser pistol.
as long as you're okay with that, he will take that. And Holmes is like, I think you do this to fire, and that little laser appears, and before you know it, they put a hole in the wall. Well, not in the wall, but they've shot the wall, and he's like, okay, I can use this.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one do you want to go to?
One on the right.
There are no locks, so who opens the door?
I'm gonna stack up on the door.
tactical positions. I see. Homer doesn't know exactly what he's doing with that, but he sees you guys doing it and tries to like tactically mimic what you guys are doing, carrying the severed arm of the floater. And
Yeah. I'm trying to move over here in this corner here because the floater's in the way. But anyway,
the door is opened and the next room appears, and you guys see pretty much a cone of vision. You see this light. You also now realize that in the air in here there's like a orange yellow fog coming from the vents. It's very, very thin. The only reason you notice it is because it smells like antiseptic. Also, you hear the whining noise of the engines that the floater made coming from somewhere within the room of the door you just opened.
There's a floater.
All right. I sweep into the room now that the door is open and look and check corners.
Okay.
Checking opposite corner.
You're going to see it first, so I'm going to keep the same initiatives to save time, because you guys are going to get to shoot first by that approach. It has not seen you, but there is a floater down this hallway.
I've got a shotgun. Holmes, do you want to take this?
I also have a shotgun,
Okay.
and I will gladly take this.
What's the range on the shotgun? He's like 5, maybe 10 meters away.
Oh, gotcha. I mean, yeah, Holmes can take it because he had the higher initiative anyway.
And mine's an automatic shotgun.
We'll also keep how close he is in mind, because if he's less than half, I think it's half, you get an extra point for point blank.
Mine is range 50.
So he's less than half.
Oh. First shot is a 9. And second one is a 13.
It might be 25%. It's still within range.
And first set of damage with the effective one, and the point blank one is a 15. And the second one is 12 plus an effective 5, 17, for a total of 30.
Are you going to let anyone else shoot anything today? You blow that thing into a million smithereens with a volume of automatic shotgun fire.
It's the reason
I don't think you understand how much I hate floaters from XCOM.
I do now, which is making me real happy.
Good job, Cap. That was a hell of a shot.
A very unsilenced weapon goes off for the second time, and you guys listen carefully, and the building is actually eerily quiet, but you do hear a little bit of howling from a couple of the other rooms.
Howling?
Yeah.
That's fucking ominous.
like injured howling or like barking at the moon howling.
Like angry animal howling.
Is it coming from this room next to us?
The howling is not. It's kind of like hearing a lion roar, but deeper.
All right. We ready to open this door?
Are you guys going to investigate this room at all? Like, or are we just in combat sweep mode?
Yeah.
We don't want anything to sneak up on us.
I say we cover our entrances and exits and have some people go through and sweep the area looking for any details.
Well, bring it in.
Homer
Luca
wants to
pushes Homer backwards through the door as he's watching the exits.
Okay. I mean, Homer's been trying to follow the captain around, but he's also trying to stay close to Taylor. So he's up there with him. If they go somewhere, he's following them. So who's gonna hit the button on this door? I'm gonna ask that for every door.
Right.
Let's do this.
I'm watching the door we came into, so I'm watching that.
Speed, surprise, and force of action. Let's pop that door.
You pop the door. This room appears to be not occupied by the living, at least.
After we check corners and sweep, clear.
Clear.
What the fuck is going on in here?
Now that we have verified that we have no exits, we can.
So Holmes walks in and
Start
sees the
investigating.
corpse on the table and is like, oh no. That's Portia's brother.
Oh, shit. We were too late.
He's been more or less dissected. They've begun, whoever they are, grafting bits and pieces of robot onto him, but it looks like he died in the process. And he's basically just splayed open.
They're doing this with nanobots? Can I check this out? Like,
So they don't appear to be using nanobots for this part. I'd also like to point out that, well, actually, give me a medic roll. Anyone who's looking
Yeah.
at it.
I want to look at this. I want to investigate this. I rolled another fucking boxcars.
Okay.
I'm gonna
you
head
you
back out and cover the door.
You realize that this thing has a video monitor on it. You rolled boxcars. I'm going to go ahead and just give it to you. There's a person who's doing this implantation, and the first thing that strikes you is this guy was alive when they started doing the implantation, and not like sedated alive. And they are like chanting this whole thing about ascension and how, you know, they're basically telling him how he's going to become the future and all this other shit. And at the very end, you catch a glance of the woman's face doing the surgery, and it is...
Portia.
No.
I don't. Okay.
Good guess, though. Someone who Aiden absolutely will remember. The rest of you should, too.
Oh no, not this chick.
That was your interviewee?
Yeah,
Interviewer?
it was.
You were the E.
And she is chanting, like super religious chant while she's doing this whole thing. Kind of like got a Cruella de Vil thing going on.
She got like one of those weird robes on and stuff.
No, she's got a medical gown on.
Oh, okay. Didn't know if this like. Okay.
What's with the chanting? Like, it's either tech or it's not tech. What is this thing in the middle of the room again? You said it was like a fire, right?
Yep. So the only illumination in this building, weirdly enough, because obviously this building is high-tech enough to have lights, but the lights are not being used. Throughout the ground, there are these pipes that are run up through these ornate wooden, they look like small tables, but the pipe comes out to a flame, and there's just a blue flame, and that's what they're using for illumination. The blue flame should look familiar to you because it is the same type of torches they had at the tents of the temple you've already been to.
Yep, I remember that.
You can tell.
Can we copy the? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Can we copy the video so we have proof for the
Yeah.
villagers?
Yes, you absolutely can.
And now we need to find out if this is she's doing this on a one-off thing, or if this is the whole corporation is in on this.
So assuming you say that in front of Homer, he's going to be like, either way, she's dead woman. It doesn't matter. Like, if she wants to hide in that corporate, when the townspeople see this, we're going up there and we're pulling her out.
Oh no, I completely agree with you. I just want to know if we need to kill more than just her.
Well, like, if you guys go up there, you're gonna get bombed to shit.
So, like, Homer looks at, like, he knows what you're saying is true, and he opens his mouth to say something and then closes it, and he's like, we will find a way.
Yeah, I mean, we want to find a way too.
A little more than Molotov cocktails, though, I think.
Let's look around here. Maybe there's something she left behind, like a key card or something. Maybe there's a fucking way to get there from here, you know?
So you want to help Homer says. And he looks a little curious about that. And he says, I thought you were on a stealth mission.
No, you want to help. I'm looking at you because I'm curious. We're on a stealth mission. You can't go all loud and proud right now, but we'll get her. I promise.
Okay. I help you pull off the stealth mission, and you are going to get her. Okay, that's a fair deal. I'll take that.
All right,
Talk
Homer.
about this thing in the corner over here.
So that appears to provide electricity to various different components. It's got wires that go through the ceiling to various different parts. Some kind of high power capacitor.
Copy.
The chemistry workbench seems to be a pharmaceutical lab with a terminal on it. It seems to be able to generate a number of different drugs from base components, and the cybernetics workbench on the end is where the cybernetics are being assembled before being grafted.
You guys want any drugs?
You get anything that would heat us up when we leave?
I mean, that's a side effect of at least 3 things in here.
Is this cybernetics workbench kind of like a replicator then, or is that how this thing works?
No, it's not a. You mean a fabricator?
Oh yes, fabric.
It's for taking components and putting them together. It's not for. There's no fabricator in here.
Copy. Okay.
Even if there were, you probably wouldn't be able to just use it for whatever you wanted.
How many of these drugs in this chemistry workbench are super flammable?
It depends on how you compose them.
I'm just thinking of, I guess no, we're still stealthy. We should have a slow thing that maybe blows us up in a couple of weeks.
Oh, they're gonna figure it out because
Anything
the
in here can
floaters.
help you with your tapeworms?
We're gonna keep those. So who is in these jars?
So if you guys go back in the other room and look through, Homer is going to go with you, and Homer is going to be able to identify about half of them as people from the village that have gone missing. The other half, he's going to be like, I have no idea where these guys came from. Actually, let me make one roll because there's one he might recognize. Nope, he doesn't. He's like, I don't know who these other people are. Half of them are from the village. I don't know who the others are.
It might be working for the communications people and have fucked up.
Are the people in the tubes alive?
No. People in the tubes are not only not alive, but some of the tubes don't have full corpses. They just have sets of organs that have been removed and preserved.
Are they like low births, or is it just a big old vat of...
It's, mad scientist vat of bubbly liquid.
embalming fluid?
Yeah.
Are we able to get any types of details about each individual person inside the tube or anything like that from the computers on the tubes?
You could try if you wanted.
Let's clear the rest of the building.
Yeah, then you can use your phone to try to hack into those tubes.
All right, sounds good.
It probably will go a little bit better if you guys shrink yourselves down to the Taylor Boaz size. Okay. Where to next?
Captain
Stacking up.
stacking. Yeah, Captain stacking. All right, boys. Count it down.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
As you do that,
Holy fuck!
there's the door screeches open and a floater immediately charges out. Who's this in the middle? Taylor?
It's me.
And Spear tackles Taylor and tries to like carry him because he can fly across the room. Taylor, you could resist this.
Hell yeah, I'm going to.
You can either use your gun or you can try to like melee or wiggle or whatever you want to try.
Yeah, I had the shotgun ready because we were about to clear the door, so I'm going to try to use my gun to get out of this. If I can try to shoot it, that's great.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got an 8.
That hits. Do your damage?
Yes! Sweet. Shotgun damage. 3D. Uh, 12 damage.
Okay.
It didn't let me go! Ah!
It does not let you go. The shotgun round goes into it and causes a bunch of damage. It flies straight through into this room, and then it beeps and beeps and beeps, and unfortunately, the door is shut.
Fuck.
Still in combat time. Now we're top of the round, though. So Holmes or Luca can go.
Luca jumps to the pad to try to open this door as fast as he can.
Okay. You hit the button. The button is not illuminated. There doesn't appear to be power to the door. 6 seconds. What do you do?
I hit one of the panels and I try to hook it up to my I holster my thing. I hit a panel. I try to open it up to see if I can shock it open with my phone's battery.
So you can get to opening the panel. 6 seconds. All right. Holmes, 6 seconds. What do you do?
Sorry, muted. Pass.
Just pass.
Thank-
Oh,
Yep.
okay. That makes it Taylor's turn. Taylor, you're in here with the thing. Doesn't look very friendly. It grabbed you. It did drop you when it came in here.
Oh, it dropped me? I'm going to scuttle backwards.
Okay. It's going to try to stay facing towards you as you're doing it, but until its turn, it's not going to be able to go.
While I'm scuttling, can I rack around and try to shoot it again?
You can, yeah.
Okay, sweet. That's, yeah, I'm going to pull the trigger. Ah, you ugly son of a bitch. That's only, 4. You guys hear a gun blast go off?
You guys hear a gunshot go off. Okay. Aiden?
I am gonna run up to the door here and see if there's some way I'm gonna start hitting it with my shotgun. See if I was looking. I'm gonna look to see if there's any soft spots in the door that I can maybe start hitting.
Okay, it's an iris valve. There happens to be a whole book on iris valves.
Right.
But I will say that hitting it with your gun without knowing how to do that specific thing is not going to be effective. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. I have to hit the rewind button. Sorry guys, that's going to make everything really unhappy for a second. I wanted to copy that. Copy and delete shouldn't be right next to each other. That just doesn't make sense. Okay. So let's see. The baddie is going to go after Aiden. Holmes, last chance if you want to do anything. I realize you said pass, but I just want to make sure. Yes, no? Muted?
Sorry, muted. Move over to the other door and cover in the other door in case he's talking to guys to open the other door.
Oh, okay. You are going to observe something. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. Something is trying to weld that door shut on the other side. Like you can actually see the heated panel. Something is actively trying to weld this seam shut.
I'm going to
6
let
seconds.
everyone know, hey, they're trying to shut this one, and I'm gonna pop the door open, ready to shoot.
Okay. The floater, which has a energy weapon score of, well, no, it should have 2. Going to take a shot. That is 7 plus 2, which is 9. And it's using a pistol. It's a revolver. Let's use a personal defense laser. It's 3D plus 3. 11, 12, 13 plus 3 is 16. 16 damage to Taylor. Don't forget your body armor. As it shoots its laser into your right shoulder.
Ow. Yeah. Hold on. With math. All right.
I would like to point out, since I think you're the first one to get shot in this building, where the wound hits hurts like someone's pouring rubbing alcohol into it on top of the normal pain, because you've been shot many times before, and you realize that this really is antiseptic they're pumping in through the vents.
Damn.
Okay, I'm assuming Luca needs to go first here. It is a 10 plus electronics to bypass this door's control. It also takes 2D minutes to do it normally. So you're going to be at a 12 to make that 2D seconds.
Random question.
Mhm.
Did Homer do anything in that last round?
No, he didn't, other than follow you. I didn't really think of anything he could do or would do, especially with his level of technology, but if there's something you wanted to tell him to do, good.
Take cover.
Okay. Yeah, he's following Luca. He seems to think Luca's got the right idea.
A 6 doesn't cut it.
Okay.
Sparks are happening over here, and I'm like, shit. Nope, it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Then I look at Homer and I go, use the axe, see if you can pry it open.
Okay.
This is fantastic.
Gonna try. It's a iris door. It's not like, you guys don't understand iris door, and I'm having a little difficulty with that.
He's got to put it in the middle, and then he cranks on it a little bit.
Here is a book you shouldn't have yet. You can breeze through during the rest of this round, because you'll probably have a better idea what you should do. So he is gonna try, though. Told to do it. He rolled a 7. That is not gonna make it. Okay. I've got Aiden and Holmes in this room. And then Taylor goes before Aiden. So Holmes, what do you want to do?
Sorry, I keep going on mute because I have a bunch of kids screaming outside the door here.
Hey, good.
Can I open this door up here before they finish sealing it?
It's gonna be difficult to do, but you can do it if you want. They haven't gotten very far. Like, you can tell they've only done about 10-15% of the door. So yeah, you can if you want, but you need to give me some kind of check. Player's choice, as long as it's relevant. And if you want to mechanics it or make the computer open it like it's an emergency, or, brute force it open, or however you want to do it.
I'm going to wait for it. Go with computers and try to just convince it to emergency open and force it to break their seal on it.
Okay, make your roll.
Eight.
That does it. It snaps open, and on the other side is another abomination, like an evolved version of the floater, that was using some sort of laser torch to try to close the door ineptly. And when it sees you, it decides that you are now a threat, but it's not going to get a turn until next round. It's also going to go last because it rolled Snake Eyes on initiative.
You had to use an Archon, didn't you?
Yes, it did. Both hated and appreciated by me. So, that brings it to Taylor's turn.
I'm screaming bloody murder. My life is flashing before my eyes. I rack another shotgun round, aim at the heavy floater, and pull the trigger.
Okay.
Die!
Just center mass, panic fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got an 8.
Oh, that's a hit.
Oh, thank God. 16 damage.
Don't forget to add your +1 for being point blank.
To damage and to a hit.
Well, it's to hit, but the effect would carry over
Okay.
into your damage. So
It's 17 damage.
that is much better than your last one. You did 8 the time before that, right?
Yes.
All right, it's significantly wounded. You've blown it back, and it howls in pain as bits of armor and gore and such go away. It's a center mass shot, so it's now oozing liquids, and left to its own devices, it probably would die, but it's unfortunately not quite dead yet. Aiden, what about you?
So after hitting the door and realizing that there's nothing I can do with the iris door, and they're still working on Lucas still trying to hack the thing, I hear the door behind me open up,
Mhm.
and I turn around and I can kind of see Holmes's look on his face. So I kind of run over here to take a peek around the door to see what's going on, and I can see this this guard. And I pull my shotgun to take a shot.
Okay.
And I rolled a 7, got a 0 in bludgeon. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Weapons.
Oh,
0 in slug. And what character trait is that? Remind me.
Dexterity.
Dexterity. Okay, so I rolled a 7.
Okay. Would
But
you?
he's within?
I was about to say it point blank. So
Yes.
so that includes your point blank.
I didn't roll another dice for the point blank.
That's not how it works. It's a +1 for point blank.
Oh, plus 1 is going to be 8 then, yes.
So that does hit. So you roll your damage.
Damage 16.
Okay. You shoot the fleshy bits and they bleed, and this thing howls and rears back and is very unhappy with you.
I can't give a leadership dice now, can I? Like to Luca?
No, not at this point. He's well, if you had rolled it in the beginning and made your roll, you could have given your leadership dice to him, but you didn't roll it at the beginning. You know what? Because it's Luca you want to give it to, I'll let you roll it. If you succeed in your leadership roll, we'll say it's not as much about your leadership as it is about Lucas trying to save his brother.
Right? Okay. I got a 9. Well, I rolled a 9.
You rolled a 9, that gives you 1 extra dice, which is all you need, so you give your boost dice to Luca.
Nice.
And I think that's everybody, right? We're at, it's not times 9. 1 for each effect over 8. So everybody's gone, right? Ooh, that's a 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's an effect of... That's a critical hit. This is gonna suck. That is 18 damage, Taylor. As a second shot from this guy's laser sears across the center of your vest.
So I still get my armor.
I'm still going to let you, you still get your soak.
Okay. Then my endurance is now 0, and my dexterity is 1.
You are 1 point away from unconsciousness.
Yeah. You hear your brother dying on the other side of the door.
I'm assuming Luke is going first, or is Holmes going first?
Luke is going to get Homer. Say, Homer, come here. Hold this right here. And he kicks a secondary panel, and he's now underneath of it. Has a little bit more in-depth thing. He still needs to roll a 12. He's got a +1 from just hearing his brother hearing zoom, and then just terror and squeals of pain coming from the inside of there.
Oh, I thought leadership checks gave you a boost dice. Is it just +1?
I'm pretty sure it's +1, and I was going to get a boost dice from
You absolutely can. Yeah, do it that way. That's good.
from Holmes being there. So that's an 11. I've got a 2 in intellect for a 13.
Excellent. So was that shot popping or electronics?
Electronics.
Okay. All right. So you fool the door into thinking that it needs to open. Roll 2d6 and tell me what the number comes out to. Add them together.
5.
That's this round. It's less than 6 seconds. So at the very end of your round, because it's 2d seconds, that door pops open. And you see Taylor, he was up against the door. He probably falls all through it. He's been shot twice. He's not doing so hot. Holmes, it's your turn.
At that point, you hear Lucas say, Taylor!
So cold.
I'm gonna shoot this guy in front of me while still hiding what little cover that I do have.
Okay.
Seven on the first shot, which I think that misses, and 5 on the second shot.
Okay. I believe
Well,
those
I guess
it's 8 to
is he
hit.
still? So I'm still point blank with this front guy, right?
You were still point blank with him, so if you didn't include your +1, that 7 would be an 8,
Nope.
and that would hit.
Okay, so that guy hit with no effect. So roll good for 15 damage.
That's good. Doesn't kill him, but it's good. Okay. So that makes it Taylor's turn again, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Slumped on the ground, racking another shotgun.
You're just like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. I got blood coming out of my fucking mouth.
Everything.
Yeah. I'm bleeding out. Alright, yep. I rack another one. I pull the trigger. And I got an 8.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little. You need to do 5 points of damage.
Oh, no. Actually, I got a 9.
Okay.
Because I'm point blank.
Carry over your effect.
Yep. 3D. I guess 16.
Okay, that's more than 5. So it's already had its chest opened up. How does this go down?
Oh, it's the pellets just ricochet inside of it and shrapnel it from the inside. It just drops to the floor.
We'll say it was starting to charge, and you raise the gun, and bam, and it just skids to a stop Its inside's now liquefied. Good job on the door, though, Luca.
I roll my head towards my brother. You got the door open. Good job.
Is it my turn yet?
It was your turn. You got the door open.
I'm just waiting to go save him.
Oh, okay. So it's actually Aiden's turn.
All right, so we're gonna rack another round and take a shot at this this guard here,
Mm-hmm.
and we're point blank, right?
Yeah.
So we rolled a 11. Point blank's 12.
It's good. Make sure you take your effect over to your damage. This is probably it for him.
So effect is 4. It's going to be 10 damage.
You know, he's actually still just barely up. So you rack your shot, you take your shot, bits and pieces come out. He's been shot 3 times now. And it's just amazing that he's able to like stay in place. You're pretty sure that the little hover pack thing he's got on him is all that's really holding him together. And since he's the only one that has yet to go, I've got 2 baddie slots, so I'm gonna go ahead and divine conduit this shit up. Hear chonk, 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 as something else is coming from the temple side towards the door. The Unity Guard raises its left hand, and a barrel appears in its wrist. And it, instead of using a laser weapon, uses a different weapon that you haven't seen before, as it takes a shot. It takes a shot at Holmes. And Holmes, you are behind the sill of the door, so I'm counting that as behind a solid concrete wall. This one.
Sweet.
3D minus 2 is probably not going to get that job done. Let's see. That's 6 and 3 is 9. And 4 is 13. That does not beat your cover. So a huge number of metallic rounds fly out from this guy's wrist in a flechette style. And they hit the door frame, but they don't hit you.
Shotgun fight.
Yep. Alright, so and that's all they can do in their 6 seconds, so we're top of the round now.
Lucas sprints forward to sit down on his brother as shotgun's blast hats behind him.
Help me. Oh, God, it hurts.
You want to use your med pack and do a med check since you're taking your 6 seconds to do that?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I think it takes 1d6 minutes to do a first aid check, doesn't it? I need to check that real quick.
Homer helps.
Actually, Homer might help the other guys. I'm going to go ahead and let you do it because I can't remember the page off the top of my head, and it's not one of the bookmarks I have. So Homer's going to come over here and do that while Luca's doing first aid. Holmes, what are you doing? The thing
Correct me if I'm... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The Divine Conduit guy, that's the guy that we fought before that has the, like, human in the case.
Yes, you
Like
have seen one of those before. I can, in fact, pull out a token that I used last time. I thought I could. Where'd the Divine Conduit token go?
But we need to kill his cooling parts to overheat him.
Yes, that is usually how you do. Well, that's how you did it last time.
That was way easier than trying to... Anyway, I'm going to open up as they're right next to each other and try to take out that guard and then move over to hit the divine conduit dude as well. Yeah, that's the picture of the old one. Good times.
Mm-hmm. Good times. All right, so you're going to target. So you're going to move to try to get an angle on his coolant tank. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm staying behind cover, and I'm going to basically go right to left and unload my shots into the Unity Guard and then into the Divine Conduit. I don't know that I have enough in 6 seconds to get around behind him or anything. And
Okay. I just want to point out that
Unity Guard needs.
his coolant stuff's on his back.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that was indeed what I needed to do, but I'm not going to run behind him with that Unity Guard still alive.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll your shots.
10 for the guard. With a damage of 22.
Okay, we don't even need to do math. He had 1 hit point left.
Oh.
He's done.
Huh?
He might have had 2 hit points left.
And 11 for the Divine Conduit dude.
Okay. Much to your dismay, most of your shots ricochet off that guy.
Oh, sweet. Most, not all, though.
Nope. It looks like you hit something that's causing a little bit of fluid to come out at the base of the canopy.
Sweet. It would have been 17 damages. Minus the 9 million armor of that thing.
Not 9 million.
But
okay, so it's 17 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought your first one was your damage.
That was the damage to the fly dude.
Okay, well, you still hit. 17 damage does a little bit more than just bounce off of him, but a surprising amount of your shot does bounce off of him. Yeah. So,
and I'm going to scream like a little girl that there's this giant killer robot thingy coming to kill us.
Okay, who's next?
I rolled a 3. It says first aid takes 3D rounds.
Okay.
And then it says EDU, so I don't know if that's
plus
a
your
modifier.
Yeah, it's your education modifier. So if it takes 3D rounds and it says EDU, I'm guessing it means minus your education modifier.
Cool. I rolled a 3. That means it's a 2. And then I rolled a 9. I rolled a 7. I've got a medic of 0, and I have an education of 1, so that's an 8. So you get 1 point back.
Cool. That also means that Taylor has, because it's either Taylor or Aiden's turn. Taylor technically goes first. And you now have your 1 hit point back. Yeah, that's enough, right?
1 in dexterity, 1 in endurance, 7 in strength.
Get a big
Still
medical
right on the
thing
edge.
on your chest.
Right.
You got this.
It's a sucking wound. Nice.
This is why you have a tapeworm.
Remember
That's
to adjust your endurance and dexterity modifiers as your scores are very low per the table on your character sheet when you're making checks.
Luca grabs behind your head and he goes, "You can get through it, brother."
So with
We're forehead to forehead.
with a 1, you're at -2 on both of those stats.
Yep.
Anyway,
I've got my character sheet up over here.
what's Taylor gonna do?
Luca, you remember when Dad took us ice fishing?
That was when we dropped a ball of yarn into a sewer grate that one time. It's not that cold.
I feel real cold. I think we're fighting something. I'm gonna get up and rack another shotgun load. Holmes, you good? Oh wait, I can't post up on that door. Aiden's there.
And Homer's behind the other one.
I'll come over here then.
Homer's using the corpse in that cage as a human shield.
Goodness, Homer.
He's already dead. Unfortunately, Homer doesn't have an angle on anything, so.
Yeah, me neither. This is a bad spot, Homer.
So
It's a great spot.
Aiden, what you gonna do?
All right, so we have this Unity Guard coming, or this Divine Conduit coming through here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about doing something crazy.
Uh-huh.
I have my special weapon
Okay.
that has a weapon trait very dangerous on it.
Yep.
I'm thinking I might
Yes.
want to switch to that and give that a go on that Divine Conduit.
Cool beans. So go ahead and roll.
You're gonna have to remind me how that works because
Well,
I haven't used this yet.
We've never used it before, so I don't have to remind you. I'm telling you for the first time.
Oh, cool.
So you're gonna basically pop your head out of cover, and it's like a flamethrower effect. You have to hold the trigger down as it fires. Go ahead and give me a energy weapon attack to try to hit this thing. And if you succeed, wait, no, I think you're supposed to roll this first. Yeah, go ahead and roll 2d6, and then tell me the numbers on them. Don't add them together. Left to right.
All right, left to right, we have a 4-2.
Left to right's a 2-4. At least from the angle I'm looking at it.
Oh, well, I guess I'm looking at it left to right is 4-2, but whatever, that's fine.
Are you really upside down? Okay.
Well, no, I mean,
Left.
are they? Oh yeah, it's showing up right. No, you're right. I'm looking at what it says versus what it actually is. So you're right, 2-4.
Okay. Okay. That's 2-4 is 2d plus 2 is your damage. So go ahead and roll your attack now. I need to know what type it is.
Okay, so we're running the to hit attack. Is that what we're doing now?
Yep, so now it's just a regular, like you're using a regular energy weapon, and this time shooting it has a damage of 2d plus 2. So the way you do this one, it's like a wild magic thing. You're going to roll before you do anything else on this chart that's on the card to see what effect it has, because it might just blow up in your hand before you pull the trigger.
Gotcha. Okay, so I rolled 11, energy weapons a 1, then we have education. Or is it education or dex? Well, sorry, it's dexterity. So I got a 12.
Okay. Plus point blank.
Oh, and then 13.
Okay,
Point
so
blank.
add your plus 5. Plus 5? Yeah, plus 5
Yes.
to your effect, to your damage, and go ahead and roll your 2d plus 2. So you're plus 7 total to your 2d roll for damage.
That sucks. So I get so I'm adding what was that, a 7 you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all right, there we go. We've got a 12 then.
Okay. Now this is a microwave gun. So I'm going to double your damage. Because in my mind, first off, I appreciate you using the weapon that I gave you so long ago. And it is the perfect weapon for this because, in essence, you're shooting at a tank of water with a microwave gun.
Ooh.
And there's a person inside it. So the water's going to start getting really hot. And I'm going to double your damage because you're in essence cooking this thing's internal organs, and you're going to see all of its little emergency coolant spikes start popping out. Like bits of the armor in round circles are going to pop out and start spewing steam out.
Hey, die.
Okay? It's not going to kill it, but it is absolutely done a shit ton of damage.
Boil.
And
Shoot the cooling things. Shoot the cooling things.
it is now it and the other Unity Guard's turn. So it's going to go first, and it's going to chunk run in here as you're holding the microwave gun down on it. It's charging you, and it's going to grapple with you. This is an opposed check. Please give me your unarmed fighting check, please. Oh, can't use that one for that. Use this one for it. Okay, what was your unarmed fighting score? That is a strength check. I think you might be able to use dexterity as well.
Yeah, you
So
could be
strength-
fast.
Strength is 0, dexterity is 0,
Oh, okay.
unarmed 0. So I rolled a 12. So
Wow, you rolled another 12? That's cool.
boxcars.
Okay. So that means that you win the grapple check. So it goes to try to grab you, and you can choose to either be in a position to take a shot again, or you can try. Well, it doesn't have a weapon, so you can't disarm it. Or you can try to like throw it in a certain direction. In essence, it's tried to grab you, and you've grabbed it instead.
So I like to toss it. See if I can toss it where I kind of get a chance to turn it around so that the tank is visible to the rest of the group.
Okay, ping on the map where you would what direction you'd like it to go in from your standing position.
Let's see. So the direction I like it to go. So
Okay, so you're pushing it back that way.
facing that direction. So have him face this door.
Okay.
Try and get him so his back is facing. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. And the other Unity guard is going to get in position, and that's all he can do in 6 seconds. And we're top of the round.
Did Homer do anything that round?
No, Homer didn't. He should probably do something that round, shouldn't he? He's going to shoot with his laser pistol. That's a 6. He does not have any energy weapon skills. So he is going to have a 0 to add to that. He does have a dexterity of 2, so that's an 8, so he does hit. Alright. So damage on a laser pistol. Self-defense one, at least. The one I gave the other floater. +1, plus he rolled boxcars. +3. So that's 16 damage. That's a good amount of damage. The only thing he can shoot is the divine conduit, so that's going to go directly into its coolant tanks, which means Homer just killed that. So Homer hits the coolant tanks you just exposed, and the divine conduit pitches forward, and the faceplate just explodes in a fountain of boiling water and gore.
Damn, homie.
Oh, Homer.
Woohoo!
And now it's top of the round. There is one Unity guard left.
I'm gonna shoot a Unity guard.
Okay.
First shot misses like a boss. Second shot, 14.
Okay. That definitely is a hit.
With all the things, total of 21 damage.
Okay. 21 damage?
Yes, sir.
That's a shit ton. All right. Good deal. That really hurts it. These are robots, otherwise you'd be rendering these guys unconscious with shots like that. Alright, so who's next? Luca?
This is my second turn of first aid, so I assume like that big old med pack, it has a little tablet that I'm connected to, so I'm just right behind Taylor. I'm actually helping him move along as I'm like, wait, it says you gotta be still.
Okay. I didn't realize that you needed 2 turns. Okay, so that's going to be your turn. Taylor? You're hooked to an active IV. You propped yourself up against Homer, who's just blown the backside out of this divine conduit thing with the middle finger of one of the floaters, and he's chuckling.
Homer, that was a hell of a shot. I don't have a shot on the Unity Guard because Aiden's in the doorway and all of that. So, can I help Luca?
Sure. He's already done his check on him that he's going to do. You can only do 1 first aid. So I'm not sure how would you like to do it? You can't really attempt a medical check, at least while we're in combat. I think you can only do 1 first aid check.
Yeah, well then I'm gonna stand still and let this first aid thing finish up.
Okay. Aiden, your brand new microwave gun boiled the shit out of that guy. You want to risk it again, or you want to try something else?
Oh, no, let's try it again. Let's do this one more time.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to go after this Unity Guard. I would like to point out the comedy behind the idea of Homer using a middle finger to kill a divine conduit. Anyway, just kind of funny.
I'm glad somebody got it. Roll your 2d6 first. So see what happens on the chart. Read it left to right.
All right,
Yep, that's
left
easy to
right. Oh, God.
that's easy
Let me
to
see it,
interpret. All right, so that's 2d. Because that's your damage. So now roll your attack as normal.
Okay. Okay, rolled an 8, and this is energy weapon, so 9.
And it's point blank.
Point blank, 10.
All right, so that's +2 to your 2d.
Okay, so we rolled a 7, and then adding 2 is 9.
Yeah. Actually, I think you kill this thing. Oh, wait, no. It's got that third stat.
I'll say with a 9, wow.
Nope, you don't quite kill it. You hurt it very badly. So you microwave the shit out of this thing. Oh, you know what you do? You sweep the thing across its face. In doing so, you realize that they don't have eyes, that at least that you can see. But as you sweep across its face, like sparks fly off its helmet in a cascading effect. You've definitely done something to it, and it rears back and howls. And since it's going to be its turn, let's give it a last hurrah. It's going to let out a ripple of fire in your general direction as you're doing that. It rolls a 6. That doesn't get the job done, and it hits nothing. And since it's down to 2 hit points, I am going to go ahead and say you kill it. Because it's just it's a foregone conclusion that one of you is going to hit and kill it.
Nice.
So it ripples back. Its helmet basically a cooked, nasty smelling mess. And from the door here, you hear another roar and something pounds on it so hard that it shakes the foundation of the room and like stuff falls from the ceiling.
That doesn't sound good, guys.
Are we gonna get that door?
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
It pounds on the door again.
You go first.
One of the hinges looks like it's about to go.
Captain?
It's coming through the door. Take cover.
Does anybody have any explosives?
Has anybody got any missiles left?
I'm gonna run over here to this corner, and hopefully it comes out and I can shoot it in the back, but we'll find out.
I'm kind of getting a nice shot from this doorway over here. See if I can get over here from that direction, so.
Is that where we're going, Kissick?
I got you in the corner. I'm body blocking you.
Nobody puts Brady in the corner.
Apparently.
Hey, where's Homer? We might need his middle finger.
He's staying in cover where he's at. He can see the door from where he's at. So he's like, I got a shot. Okay, well, the door's going to burst open. Never mind that it burst open the wrong way. And out is going to charge something that Rex is going to be very sad about.
Yes, I'm gonna die.
Now I'm going to go ahead and give it its initial shock round. So let me roll something real quick. I'm just going to go in order. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. And that means that Ronan is the guy. So it's going to burst out of this door, and it's just going to see Ronan first. It's going to see Holmes first, and it's going to charge up. And I need an opposed unarmed melee roll from you, as it's going to attempt to grab you, throw you up in the air, and then slam you back down on the ground.
Joe's gonna die.
You need a 13 to pass.
Oh yeah, that's not happening.
I don't even know if that's possible.
With a not trained in unarmed, yeah, no. If I'm gonna roll good, let's do it now. Yes! A 4 minus 3 plus. Do I have a? I don't even have any strength. I got a 1.
Oh lord.
I think it just ripped me in half, literally.
Well, that's the bad news. The good news is he rolled like shit. He does 7 damage as he basically picks you up and slams you back down into the concrete floor.
I'll take heavens for armor.
Okay.
So minus armor, and it goes off endurance, right?
That does, yes, sir.
Okay. That hurt.
As this monster that roars with these teeth and spittle is like inches away from you, hovering over you as you've been slammed into the ground. It's now your turn.
Good berserker.
Yeah.
I'm going to take my shotgun that is like super point blank and unload into this thing. Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
12, 13. Plus 5 for 23 damage for the first shot,
Holy shit.
and a miss. 7. Nope, that's still a miss.
Point blank, you got a +1?
That was with the point blank.
No.
So that was 23 from the first one.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So that's gonna make it Luca's turn.
I think I made it mad.
I can see its back. Are there any points in the armor that are exposed from its back?
So it's not exceptionally heavily armored. I mean, it's got armor, but you got to understand that like the bits of skin it looks are still like armor. This thing is massive. It is an unregulated ripping, destroying machine, and it is kind of not prudent. Like it's not relevant where you shoot it.
Cool. I'm going to shoot it in the back of its knee.
Okay, that's an aimed shot. I believe called shots are +2 difficulty.
10 to hit.
Yep.
I rolled an 8 plus 2 plus 1 for an 11.
Okay, that's a hit with an effective 1. Roll your damage.
And I rolled 13 damage.
Okay.
Are you firing a shotgun right next to me?
Silence pistol. Choo!
Okay.
Precision shot right to the back of the knee.
I would like to know, and this is going to seem like an arbitrary question, which knee did you shoot? Right or
right
left?
knee.
Right. Okay, right knee. Holmes, this thing falls on you. It doesn't do any damage, but you are pinned underneath it for the moment.
Lots of blood and guts on top of me. Yes.
Taylor, it's your turn. He's like, I am gonna shoot a shotgun right next to my brother.
Yeah. I'm gonna, like a Boaz, step out and shoot this thing.
Okay. Give it the beans.
Like a boss. 11 to hit.
Okay.
Uh, 15 damage.
Including your effect.
Yeah, that's with the effect.
Yeah.
You tried to,
Go ahead.
as he tried to step away, Luca is staying like right in front of him, like actively trying to body block if anything would happen.
So, you hit this thing in its other kneecap, and it's completely lost all control of like its ability to stand for a second. As you watch the wound that Luca shot, Little strands of fibers are like coming together along with what look like electronic wires and are basically reforming its skin right in front of you.
No, I don't like that.
It's Aid's turn.
Kill it with fire.
Oh, we're gonna have to go microwave him again. We're gonna have to go microwave him again.
I'm really right under this thing. Please don't microwave it.
I was like, either I microwave this guy or I do a sidestep and switch over to a shotgun that's not gonna do anything to this guy. Oh, let me think here. Do I want to microwave the guy? He's still on top of Holmes, right? Like directly on top of him?
Yes.
He's got both knees down. His taint is exposed.
Yeah, you could shove that gun right up his butt. If it had a butt, it might not.
If it had a butt.
I'm sure it has to poop, but usually you'd only know that when you were being pooped out of it.
Yeah, that's probably true. And of course, I'm thinking the distance here. I mean, I'm just gonna take a shot at him. I'm gonna do it.
Okay. With?
My fun gun.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your chart first. So read me your left or right.
Goodbye, Holmes.
60 what for?
65.
65 is, oh my god, no.
Oh no.
How do I re-roll a new character?
What does that mean?
So a frenzy attack means you are going to basically turn this thing into a, if it was in a group of its enemies, you could cause it to turn on its enemies, but it's the only thing in the room. So in essence, you're going to frenzy this thing. Go ahead and roll your damage and pray that you kill it before it.
Well, I gotta roll to hit, right?
You got to roll to hit as well, yes, and don't critically fail because then your gun will explode.
Maybe I'll miss.
He frenzies Holmes.
Dang it! I rolled a 10.
Okay.
11 for energy, so 11.
Okay.
It's not point blank anymore, so.
So roll 2d for damage and then add your effect. You're still point blank.
Okay, rolled a 7. What was my effect? You said I added on an extra 1 because I was point blank still.
Does it say add on the extra 1? I can't
Yes,
remember what your first roll was.
It was
11, I think.
11, yes.
Okay, so that would make 4 effect.
Yep. So it gives me an 11 again.
Okay. Well, that doesn't quite do it. It is badly hurt. Like you put it up the side, and the exposed part of this arm that you see, like as you're pulling the trigger, like you see it blister and bubble. Like it's like if you were watching someone get like horrifically burned / sunburned in high speed.
That's the vampires from Blade.
Yes,
they hit the sunlight.
yes, it's just like that. Except for it doesn't just turn to ash; it pops into gory pus and shit.
Ooh.
Homer's gonna save me. I have faith in him.
Come on, Homer.
I am gonna roll Homer now. Homer actually is going to switch to his big gun.
He got the divine conduit. Let's see if he can do the other one.
He rolls a 7 plus 2
No.
plus 2 for his gun slug skill plus 1 for point blank. That puts him at a 10. It's an 8 to hit, so that's plus 2 for that. And the big game rifle does 3d plus 3, I believe.
Mine did, yep.
Okay, so that's 12 plus 3 is 15 damage. This guy has a soak of 5 and 8 hit points left. Homer pulls the trigger. And this thing's head just explodes. And it goes limp.
Good gosh, Homer just mopping up the scene. Jeez.
Dude, Homer. You want a long-term job?
Homer does want a long-term job. Homer's gonna walk in and be like, motherfuckers. They were my friends, and I helped this bitch. And you can tell he's having an emotional moment right now.
What'd you help her do?
You killed my friends. You
Don't
dirty
you
rat.
remember? He was spying for her
He was spying on
He
us.
spied on his own.
because he didn't think that they were actually killing anyone. So he was reporting like movements and shit to this woman.
We help our captain out from underneath the behemoth.
Yeah, we
I'm
should have
covered in all sorts of guts, and it's a little warm.
This is pretty nasty.
Yep. The thing in there used to be human. You guys are effectively out of combat. And I'm going to take a quick bio break and I'll be right back.
Ew.
Of note, did anybody check the door before it got bashed through,
No.
where it said Colonel Redwood on it? I don't know if we just reused the door from the last one, but
I think
it's
we
just
may have
kinda
used
funny to
the...
me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Actually, I didn't even look at the door, but yeah, that's a good point. It looked like the same setup.
No, it said Colonel Redwood, LOL on it.
Oh, it sweet.
This is the
Nice.
same map.
So did we just kill Colonel Redwood? Was he what used to be this thing? Or
I hope not.
That's what holding a nuclear football does to you.
yeah, so
I gotta step away real quick. I will be right back.
Be careful.
take a break myself. 1 sec.
Thanks for saving me, bro.
That was a miracle roll to open that door.
You got it just a little too late.
I mean, have you ever tried to breach a iris door? It's not supposed to happen within seconds.
That's true.
All of the options were like, take 5 minutes to take off all of the paneling.
Shit. I lost a lot of blood, so I'm a little sleepy.
And it's really cold outside, and we're going to keep walking off into the wilderness.
We should go home after this.
We should use the drones that are in our backpacks right now to fly around.
Yeah, 100%. That's why when we came up on this place, I was like, nope, we've got other things to do. Now I'm almost dead.
So,
We still might be missing two.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Homer's just in the corner, like just sitting. You guys did fantastic. You made it all the way through.
Luca and I were just talking about my near-death experience.
Yeah. This is the second time, but like the first time it was the dice. The second time I just picked the person. I didn't even know who it was. It was standing right in the middle.
It makes sense because I was, I'm second through the door. That's who gets it.
Good news is that your worm should heal you up.
Bad news
As long
is
as
you
I feed
gotta
it.
eat more
Yeah.
elk meat that is burned by Homer.
I eat a bunch of rations. So yeah, I'm real tired. Lost a lot of blood. Guys, we should take a nap maybe. Yeah?
I think at a surgery table over there if you want to go lay down.
Now that you're out of
lay in
combat,
the-
you can attempt to do medical care.
I'm gonna go lay on this table.
I can actually look that up properly now that we're in combat.
Watch out, Porsche's brother. Ferrari.
just slumps the corpse on the floor.
Luca, come fix me.
But there's a computer in there.
Oh, I just program it? I just hit this button. Okay.
No, there's a computer the other place. Actually, no, you wouldn't have got more than like 2 steps away from me.
What he's
Oh, right.
what he meant to say was, I don't let you go over there. I'm working on this computer.
Oh, my brother's hurt. He's not getting out of my sight.
So it's a per day check. So you do medic EDU, and you get that many points back for the skill. +1 because you're using proper medical tools, and plus whatever his Curus Worm heals, which I believe it is a daily thing as well. Where is that thing? There it is. You recover per day of rest 2d plus endurance DM worth of characteristics points.
Well, my endurance DM is -2 right now.
Yes, but you get to roll 2d, so it's not like you can go negative like you can under normal natural healing. Plus whatever, help you get from Luca. Per day you want to stay in this creepy ass dungeon and get worked on.
Right. You need to get out of here, Luca.
I mean, let's at least print you some antibiotics or something for the pain.
Did you roll anything for your medicine?
Yeah.
Can I do a medical check now? No, I'm not doing first aid.
That's what I just said. It's per day. So you have to spend a whole day here doing medical care to make that roll, but you can. It's an 8+ EDU to pass, and then it works the same as a first aid roll where he gets back the extra stuff, plus he gets back his Curus Worm stuff for each day that he spends under full medical care. If you guys go out into the wilderness, you're going to lose the bonuses from having the medical stuff, but I'm still going to treat it as you're spending a whole day just, medical care.
So I'm going to say, hey, we're going to spend a whole day here.
Well, the medical
it gives us some time to check out this office over here and see what he's got inside those desks.
That's true.
So, yes.
The other question we have is, do we call this and head back down the mountain for medical care and reporting to our bosses that the synthetic Unity crazy people are involved here, and do they want us to carry on with this recon of this place, or do we heal up here in the creepy building and then continue reconning the rest of the mountain?
We still have our drones, so maybe while I'm here getting healed up, you guys can take the drones out and check out the area from here. At least get some recon done. Because I'm for going back to town. I'm real hurt.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't committed to anything on the mountain or anything yet. Some negative things that could happen. I mean, the crazy lady could come back here and realize we beat the crap out of her little bunker thing here. And then up security, or so pros and cons to both.
Is there any way that we can get rid of the video footage from the doorbell? I mean, just so they don't know that it was us that was here?
You can do a lot if you can hack that computer.
All right,
Anybody
brother.
got some computer skills, huh?
Get off that table. I've got you as patched up as I can.
What did you roll?
Oh, I haven't rolled it yet because we're not committed to staying the whole night.
Oh, I thought we were now, because you've got computer shit to do now.
I mean, do I need to commit my whole day to helping you?
You do?
So I can't computer shit?
Well, not and do medical stuff. Is no one else got any medical score?
Yeah, I'm trained in medical. I can do the medical stuff, but I cannot do computer stuff.
I look you up and down as you're like saying, hey, I can do medical stuff. And I go, this is my brother. You make sure he's okay. But at the same time, I'm itching to get him to that computer.
So you walk into the main office and Aiden's like hitting buttons trying to get into the thing.
Like a chimpanzee looking for a banana.
Sir, stop touching that. Go look through those bookshelves.
All right, I'm gonna go look through the bookshelves.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a search roll for that. Give me an investigate roll. And then it's an electronics 10, but you can use your intrusion software.
Excellent.
I got a 10 on my medical roll.
Excellent. So he's gonna get back 2 from that day of Holmes working on him. And then he gets back his Curious Worm, so roll your 2d6.
I got a 10 on that.
Okay, well that's 8 points back.
Nice.
So total you got 10 points total back. That should at least bring your dexterity all the way up, right?
My endurance is now back to 8, and my dexterity is 3.
You don't do it like that. Your endurance, so you have to go in the reverse order.
Oh, I gotta go all the way up for dex first.
Yeah, you got to bring dex up first.
Got it.
Can I spend more than a couple of hours doing this computer thing, or has it got to be a 10 hard?
Oh, no, you can absolutely, because you have all day. So my assumption was that you were using a standard model check, which obviously you wouldn't if you have all day. So if you want to take it to, I think it's 1D hours, that would take it to 8, or you can make it a 6 by 1D days.
I'm just going to take my time, do a couple of hours, which is 3 hours.
We should also keep in mind that we're in a bad guy building, so we should probably post watches.
Well, Homer's going to go ahead and volunteer to just stand in the airlock with his weaponry. Someone's going to probably want to come relieve him because he is probably not going to stop standing vigil because, like, he's galvanized, but he is also, like, he's not going to be able to sleep. So in his mind, he's not going to want to leave.
He's a man with a mission, man.
He's a man with a mission. He also, like, if you guys are around him, he's very much blaming himself for this whole horrific ordeal. He has been mentally touched by this thing.
Sanity roll. No, I'll relieve him if I'm feeling better.
Yeah, I made an intelligence roll for a sanity roll for him earlier, and he rolled a 2.
Oof.
Yeah.
3 hours later, I got an 11 out of 8.
Excellent. Okay, so you are in this computer. This computer is the personal computer of, oh shit, what did I call them?
Temple of Synthetic Unity.
No, not the unit, not them itself. It was her title. Not Temptress. That's not the right thing. Ah, shit. And I didn't write it down because I'm a tard. Okay, so she's a
Seductress?
she's a high priest. It's not that. It's a T word that goes with a religious thing, and I looked it up and I was very proud of it. Now I can't remember it because I need it. So she's a high priestess of the Temple of Synthetic Unity, and she was dropped off here by the Duchess to begin the conversion of this world. She got a job with the corporation so she would have access to the tools and such that they have. You're going to be able to determine from this computer, from her logs. First off, the corporation really doesn't. Like, they're telling the truth. They're like, these people came up here and disappeared. We don't know anything about it. They don't, because she was doing it. They don't have any idea this is going on. The corporation is a pretty legitimate communications and scout and survey company. That's the first thing you find out. The second thing you find out is that she's been making a bunch of side money when the experiments go wrong by selling the organs to an organ harvester, and there's a pickup in 3 days. What specific information are you looking for while you're in here?
Can I turn off the anesthetic that's in the air, and can I make the creepy blue flames disappear?
If you turn...
Does this control the...
Yes, this has some basic... It's a prefabricated system, and it does have control. You're not sure where the source for the lights are, like for the flames are, but you can cut on the building lights.
I kick those on.
Okay, you kick it on. Every room is brightly illuminated now. You also can turn off the anesthetic. That's basically a surgery protocol that kicks into effect anytime the surgery bay is in use. Aiden, did you pass your investigate check?
I did not roll one. I thought you were talking to Kizik. Sorry about that. Let me go roll it real quick. I got a 10 for investigate.
All right. 10's really good. Most of this paperwork stuff is just, it's a novelty to you to see books and paper. I mean, you've been on this planet enough that you know that they use book and paper. You weren't expecting it to see in this setting. And you pull out this metal cylinder, and inside this metal cylinder is a piece of plexi, and you roll it out on the table in front of you and realize that it's a star chart. You can't quite discern what the star chart is trying to reference to. It has points of origin you don't understand, but if you could figure out what the points of origin is, it obviously shows the location of different facilities, bases, things that might have something to do with the Temple of Synthetic Unity. You being the team astrogator, you're the only one that would recognize this item for what it is.
Okay.
You want to write all that down.
So is there possible locations of the
Now, don't make
Temple of
assumptions. Just write down what I said. You found a star chart, and you need points of origin to determine the exact locations of the bases and facilities that are on the star chart.
Copy.
Just rule of thumb for tabletop, and I do this wrong all the time. Never write your assumptions down. Always write down what the GM says. Okay?
Got it.
So that's pretty good info. And you guys spend the night. Eventually, Taylor limps out there and basically orders Homer to go get some sleep. And he sits quietly in a corner. He doesn't sleep.
Hey, buddy. I got some sleeping pills over here if you need help.
Okay, so Homer's going to be like, I definitely don't want sleeping pills. I definitely don't want to sleep, especially in this place. I'll sleep at some point, but I can't right now. I just can't. And he has Portia's brother's, like, pendant in his hand, and he's been, like, staring at it, and he's like, this is all my fault.
There's no way you can know that's your fault.
I mean, these people... I'm the one that gave her the information. Like, that's how she knew.
You said there's other guys, though, man. Also, you gave one corrupt lady information. The corporation is still maybe kind of good. We still got to figure that out.
I'm going to help you finish your mission. And then we're going to take care of this lady. And then I don't know what's going to happen, but we need to take care of this lady. And then I'm going to get as far away from this place as I possibly can.
It might be a good idea for you to keep up your connection with that lady and just kind of, at least get as much information as you can from her by, kind of getting as much information as you can from her, like, without her knowing.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that, Aiden.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he wants to talk to her again.
So you guys make it through the night. Taylor seems to be doing much, much better.
I clean and reload my gun.
You absolutely can. Is there anything else you guys want to do in here, or do you want to stay another night?
I want to find out why the door to the office said Colonel Redwood. Is he connected to all of this?
It doesn't say Colonel Redwood. I recycled the bunker, and sometimes shit like that's going to happen, because, It's a lot of effort to rebuild bunkers, and it's a lot of memory to keep a bunker in storage that I'm never going to use again. He is not connected to all
I
this.
just thought it was funny that I saw
I
that.
thought
was
we
like,
just
"Whoa,
killed him."
this- Like he's supposed to be on our team.
Was there any access that we could have gained from this place to the communications place?
It's not in any way, shape, or form connected. They don't even know it's here.
Okay.
It's
But
also
she didn't leave a key card or anything like that.
it's all shielded. You can search if you want to do a independent search. You can look to see if there's anything like a key card or something that would help you with that. But Odubs and Kizik have done a really good job of skimming data.
Hey Kizik, do we know the location of this organ picker? This guy that's going to be picking up organs, and we know that Winnie's going to be doing it in a matter of hours. But do we know where?
Oh, we know it's going to be 2 days from now because we spent 1
3
day
days.
here. It's supposed to be
Oh.
3 days.
Oh, okay. We know where that's going to be at, though. I mean, is that something we can go check out?
I mean, I would assume the
Sounds like it might be an opportunity for us to maybe get some more information from this guy who's grabbing organs. I don't know. What do you guys think?
he's grabbing organs and putting them different places. He's not involved with the super secret thing that we need to do, which is inside the mountain.
I mean, there's pros and cons because if he's transferring organs, especially off planet, we can get reference points to decode that star chart.
I'd like to point out that I
Assuming we want to go there.
specifically said that it was a side deal that she had to make money.
Gotcha.
Yep. Do we want to leave this place standing?
Homer,
we should just
Homer says
burn
no.
it to the ground.
Homer says, I bet whatever is storing all that gas, he points to the lamps, is probably going to blow up nice.
Oh yeah.
I mean, do we want to overload the conduit in the mech room / people room? Or do we just want to douse it with whatever chemicals we can find?
Well, I'll make an explosives roll and see what kind of things we have available here. Whether it's like you said, the gas lighting these fires or whatnot, just to obliterate this place.
Homer says, I don't know much
Unless
about
any-
demolitions, but I've seen a house explode from a gas explosion. I bet if we go snuff all these things out, the gas still comes up those pipes and we just leave something to detonate later.
Yes, that will absolutely do it.
Sounds like a plan.
Lucas starts blowing at this one.
Homer for the win.
So you guys do that. No, we don't need that. And you guys go back out into the mountain. A few hours after you leave, this whole bunker explodes in a bright blue flame.
Nobody saw that.
Oh, people almost certainly saw it, but there's nothing left behind to indicate you. You now know where the patrols on the mountain will be going.
Ooh, distraction. That's perfect.
Can we make sure we cover our tracks as we're leaving?
Survival checks are the equivalent. What is the equivalent for these guys?
There actually is survival.
Oh, well then it would definitely be survival.
Six.
It's going to be a combined check, so everybody give me your answers.
I got an 8.
3.
It's not
Got
looking
an
good.
8.
Let's go ahead and roll Homer, see if he can save the day again.
Go Homer.
He did not. So you guys try as you might, like, it's snow, and once you've stepped in it and pressed it down, compressed snow is compressed snow. And you try to, like, do the whole, like, Hollywood branch and, like, do over the snow thing, but it just, it's still snow that's getting compressed. Just got, like, more snow on it now. So, yeah, you're going to have walked away. And I'm going to go ahead and pack this map. I have updated your position on the sideboard. So, that's where the bunker is. Where would you like to go from here? It's likely to assume, Homer says, that the guards that are going to come investigate this explosion will come from the main entry. So we probably don't want to be anywhere between a line between the main entry and here.
Let's make a beeline for the exhaust.
All right. I hope you guys are ready to climb.
I would recommend against going straight up to the exhaust, as it's on the top of the mountain, like that's super exposed. I recommend we come in between the SAM sites here, somewhere on the backside, and then use the drones to go take a look at the top of the peak before we start making that climb, because once you're climbing, they can see you.
All right, yeah,
I'm good with that.
you're the captain.
Is there any information we can get out of this SAM site at all, or no?
We could recon the SAM sites to see what their composure is. We could also sabotage the SAM sites, Homer says. I'm not sure how to do that, especially without raising an alarm, but I bet you guys know what to do.
Sabotage.
What do we gain out of sabotaging the SAM sites?
Yeah, that's just another clue that somebody can use to follow us.
Unless, so
Homer
if
also
we go up,
isn't in the part of the plan. So metagame, what it buys you is it guarantees you could airdrop in the actual attack if you wanted. However, Homer doesn't know that, so he probably shouldn't have suggested it.
I'm assuming the SAM site's not going to... Well, the SAM site's not going to care about our drones, right? Our drones are too small.
yep, we
Just want to make
covered
sure that...
last week, yeah.
Yep, just want to make sure.
But once we finish reconning and we decide that, however, we're going to enter this facility, maybe at that time we sabotage the SAM sites. But right now, we're just doing it now. Is just giving them chances to find out that we're here. And we're not actually making entry right now. We're just reconning.
Okay. So you want to skirt around the mountain and go to the sewage pipe, or you want to come back up and...
Somewhere about right here, a good place that has good cover on the backside of the mountain that we can use the drones to check the exhaust and either hoof it down the mountain to check the sewage,
Okay.
or use the drones or something along those lines. But some nice place to hang out right in there. Yeah.
So the trek to get over there is going to take 7 hours if everyone rolls an effective survival or athletics check.
All right, and success on that is a 2, right?
Success on
That's
that
what I'm going to roll.
is an 8.
I think 5 is the highest I've rolled on any survival or endurance thing.
We're doing endurance checks, or
You can do a endurance check or you can do a survival check.
Got a 14 endurance here.
I got a 12.
Oh, sorry, 13 endurance. Sorry, 13.
12 survival.
got an 11 endurance.
Ghost?
3.
Wow.
You can't roll like that. That's my job.
Every now and then,
Somebody had to do it.
Steal the spotlight.
So what we're gonna...
You're dying.
I was gonna say he is injured, so it makes sense. He's going to slow you down with a 3. I'm going to say there's going to be 7 days or 7 hours. It's going to take you 9 hours to make the trip. And during that time, Luke is going to be concerned. Oh, you guys were digging through the thing. This Alpha's guide is going to have been in the bookshelf, and you guys would have had that. You guys would have acquired that, so you now have some reading material. Metagame Alpha's guides are little tidbits of rule books that I've pulled out that are directly relevant to things that you guys have been doing. You're going to get another one for free, Volume 2, from Homer, who's going to give it to you.
That's neat.
Yeah, and right now there are 5 of them. Sorry, right now there are 4 of them. And if you guys collect them all, I might give you a little thing. But, these first 2, it's just information that I thought would be directly relevant to what you have. At the end of the session, I will also post these PDFs in the Discord, so you don't have to have Tabletop Simulator open to look at them. But it is information that, I'd want your character to be the one holding them. If your character is studying these magazines, I'd like your character to be physically holding it. When you're done with it, you pass it off to another thing, just role play wise. You don't have to really do it that way. And it just gives you these very specific bits of information from the rule books. When you're talking about the iris valve, I was like, oh man, this is, and it also gives you the perfect reason of why you'd want to know this information. Anyway.
Yeah, we need some new tools, guys.
Little metagame side note. You guys take 8 hours to get to this position. Taylor, you're not feeling hot.
I was bleeding out my mouth yesterday. And we just hiked a long time. I'm gonna take a nap over here, guys.
What did you do, Holmes? He was doing good with me.
If you guys make camp here, I will flip to the wilderness map and we'll do a camp setup. Or if you guys want, you can push on.
Camping is good.
Yeah, let some of my brother get better.
Okay.
We need to get him something to eat too.
Where do you guys want to camp at? You gonna use the ice mound again?
I like this ice mound.
Okay.
Because it's close to the trees and far away from any of these little bubbles. So.
Okay. Everyone give me this is what I did during the few hours I had for camp.
I ate ravenously and then fell asleep trying to heal.
Okay.
I stood watch, cleaned my guns, checked the rest of my equipment and my armor after having a big gross guy fall on top of me. And I kind of used the snow to make some water to clean all the blood and guts off of me.
Is it?
Once Homer was asleep, I took out a drone and did some recon.
Once Homer was asleep?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to be a minute then. Thodubs?
So once I got myself all bundled up and warm up, I just pull out that star chart and started staring at it.
All right, you know what? Give me an astrogation check. Let's see if you can discern anything from it. It's going to be a 12 to pass, so it's not going to be easy.
Ugh. Astrogation is education, I'm assuming?
Yep.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. Well, it's not that you don't understand astrogation. It's that you don't have the reference points to work with, so there's not much you can discern from this thing.
Yep.
But you do make a note that you need to find some reference points to line this thing up with. It could be valuable.
Yep.
Homer is going to go out and find an elk to shoot, and he's going to do that and then bring the carcass back, and he's going to attempt to cook it again.
Can I help you there, buddy?
Oh, good idea. Here, let me roll another dice. So it's a 7, so it's almost a pass.
So instead of dropping it into the fire, you gotta hold it over top of the fire and let it cook some.
Yeah, but the coals are what's hot.
Yes, yeah, but you gotta use that radiant heat.
So he cooks, and that it helps because Ghost needs to ravenously eat, and there's another whole elk to eat. And as the sun sets and the stars come out, there's a tap 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 on the side of the ice mound as your little friends have returned and are tap tap tapping, tap tap tapping. They do eventually subside, but they don't go completely away, and you guys can hear the buzzing, like they're out in the field outside the ice mound. Assuming you guys do watches again.
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to roll for it. We're just going to say that they stay out there the whole night, and as the sun comes up, you guys are going to have to debate what you want to do about it.
So I assume they're out there the whole night and into the morning, so they're still there then.
Yep, they're still there.
Yep.
You can hear them.
Gotcha.
Can we see them if we look over the ice mound and see where they're at?
Yep, you can see them. They're making little patterns as they swim around in the snow.
Can we toss anything in a different direction to distract them, or maybe to have them go away from us?
I don't know that we can throw something that far.
I was about to say, I mean, they're attracted to heat, so you probably could rig up something to do that, but how do you get it far enough away?
A trebuchet that just shoots a big old piece of flaming meat.
There is a practical solution in front of you.
You have a microwave gun.
You want me to cook them?
Or
No, I don't think so.
just like a different part away. Ooh, also I've got a drone. Oh, but I don't know if we want Homer to know about that.
I mean, the drones would be really hard for you guys to conceal.
So he just hasn't been saying anything.
Why would he care?
He knows we're up here doing secret squirrel stuff. He knew that before we held him at gunpoint and said, "You're coming with us and showing us what to do."
Yeah. He basically, as soon as you guys were like, "We'll give you a ride off the planet," he was like, "I'm on your team."
Well, all right. I rig up a piece of meat to a drone and I drive it over to the edge and I drop it down. And I watch as they swirl around it.
A piece of meat, that does not attract them.
Well, it's got to be hot meat. We got a fire going.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
I'll light a stick on fire or something like that and have it drag the
Okay.
hot stick around. I don't know.
So you could do coals or a hot stick or something burning. You also have flares and shit. But that is what you're going to do. So are you going to remotely pilot the drone, or are you going to just give it waypoints and tell it to go somewhere else and then meet you back later?
Who are you talking to? I'm flying it.
Okay, I'm going to need a piloting check for your drone.
That's a 3. +1 +2. That's a 5.
Okay. High or low?
High.
All right. So that's a 70. So, you're not going to lose the drone, but you didn't do well enough to get them to go away. So basically what happens is the drone flies off and you're weaving in between. You're basically getting overzealous with your piloting. and the whatever you're dragging snags a branch and rips off, and you don't even realize it, and the things go up to it. If it's a stick or a flare, they just ignore it because they're like, oh, that's not food. And if it's a piece of meat, they eat it, and then they come back. And your drone circles back.
We need more food, guys. I messed that one up. We got some more meat.
Ghost, roll your 2d6s for your recovery, for your Curious Worm.
I did. I rolled 6.
Excellent. So that fully heals you, right?
If I get all 6 of that back, I do.
What are your modifiers? It's plus your endurance modifier.
Well, it was 0. It's going to be 0
Well,
until
then,
I get it maxed, and then it's 1.
okay. Well, you get all 6 back then. Because it's 0.
Then I'm back.
All right, so you're all healed up, and you see all this shenanigans going on.
Brother, you look a lot better. You know how we load this last half of the carcass of the moose?
I mean, there's way more than half left. This thing's massive. You guys are actually wasting a good chunk of these things each time you kill one at camp.
Well, I only killed the first one. Homer did the other one.
You guys had to eat.
He should feel bad. I did have to eat. I feel much better.
I don't think Homer's capable of feeling any worse than he already does.
All right, so this time, like a quarter, like back hind parts, I'm going to put a flare inside and I'm going to light that flare. And then I'm going to be a little bit more careful. And then I find a good spot, dip it in, pull it back out, and then dip it in a little bit further away and drop it off.
Okay, give me your piloting check.
That was 11 plus 3 is a 14.
All right, it seems to work. They're around your little bait, and they are munching down, and it's going to take them a minute to get through a hind quarter of an elk.
Run.
Okay, so where do you guys want to go?
I guess we're still trying to make it to the not sewage pipe. We want to go to the
Are we climbing up
exhaust. Yeah.
Well, are we using the drones to get to this exhaust, or not the exhaust, but yeah, the exhaust port, right?
Did
we wanna
we
get-
find anything out from the drones that we were piloting around and reconning with while we were waiting?
I mean, not unless you want to send them farther. Like, if you want to program waypoints into them, they are autonomous. But they only work within radio range, so they can't really go very far away. They're great picket, but
Well, I have one. I'll send mine to the exhaust site and back.
okay, so you're just going to give it waypoints, so you need to give it a return waypoint where you're going to pick it up at.
I'm going to pick it back up here. So just a little bit east of where we were.
Okay. So you program your waypoints in and you send it off. It requires a computer's check, I believe, to program them, or a piloting check. Let me see this thing. Oh, it might not. It might be just really easy to use, because I think I remember something about that. Check aircraft right there, directly control. It's like waypoint. There is no special skill required beyond familiarization, or it can fly a preset course. So it does not require that.
Yeah, that guy showed us how to use it too.
Yep.
We bought it.
Okay, so you are good to go. So it's going to go up there and it's going to meet you back here. And I use its stats for its recon checks. Okay. So you guys are going to go down the sewage pipe then?
No.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Well, let's get the drone and then see what it has to say, and then we can go down and take a look at the sewage pipe.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to wait for it.
Do you
Okay.
want to wait for it, guys?
I mean, you can. I just didn't interpret that as what you were doing.
We have two choices. We can wait for it, or we can let it do its thing, and we can go down to the sewage pipe.
Yeah, let's check
I
out the
think-
sewage pipe while it's doing recon on the exhaust.
And we can send the other drone down the sewage pipe as far as we can see it, and just have it pick it in front of us. And then we'll make our decision on whether or not we crawl down the sewage pipe.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, where are these player tokens at? Did I lose them? I probably did. Probably rolled up in a map somewhere.
I'm over here.
Oh, here we
Yeah, we're
go.
all over here.
Okay, well, why not? Let's start from this side then. Yep, there's two homes again. He's always scary when there's more than one of him. All right.
Yeah.
So Homer's like, all right, well, we had to trot back down part of the mountain, but at least it got warmer down here. Okay. I mean, I hear some buzzing, so there's definitely going to be some piranhas around here. Also, he looks through the scope of his rifle and he's like, is that liquid water over there? No, it's super green.
You think it's just piping coolant out?
I have no idea. I don't think it's coolant.
So sewage.
Yeah, but wouldn't sewage freeze? Don't know. We need to be careful about all the buzzing, though.
Yep. But we got rocks.
Let's sneakily go over there then.
Okay, let's get some
All right.
stealth checks.
Before we sneakily start going over there, we got a little glowy part here and one here. Do we want to try to go right through the middle and climb up the backside of this rock? Or
I'd
do we
like to
want
point
to go...
out that without perception checks, you do not have that information.
Fair enough.
All right, perception checks.
You can do perception checks.
I'm still
Well,
following my brother.
Well, don't count on me and my perception.
Still a good idea.
I got a 12 for perception.
Oh, okay, so you do see this. Now you can give that a little bit of advice.
Yeah. All right, guys. We can try to sneak right through the middle. Which if we do that, we have 0 cover, and we have to climb the backside of this rock to get any safety from them. Or we can go down and around where we have the one ice mound and rocks that look like they're easier to climb and look like they have more cover, that we can hide in while we investigate the sewer pipe. My recommendation is down and around or up and around. Down and around, rocks look like they have a little bit more places to hide and look like less of a climb. But that's my suggestion. Anybody else got anything?
Following you, Captain.
Snow piranha.
Doing it stealthily.
Yeah, snow piranha.
I swear he's smiling.
That is the coolest looking thing.
All right, sneak. I'm gonna stealthily move around the bottom. I am way
Following.
better at perception than I am at stealth.
I got a 10 on my stealth.
Get a 9 on my stealth.
Okay.
I got a 6.
Let's hear it, though, Dubs.
And stealth.
10. Okay, well, that means that as a group you passed. That's awesome. You know that stealth is dexterity, right?
Yes.
I was talking to Thodubs.
That would be a 9 then.
All right, so still everybody passes. So you guys are gonna, very sneaky. get around here. You're going to make it up to the edge of this noxious pool. And, I mean, obviously there is sewage in this thing, but there's also chemicals. It's not just straight coolant. There might be coolant in it, but it's green and it smells terrible. And, it's not freezing, and it's like, at this point in the mountain, it's like 12 to 14 degrees outside. It's Fahrenheit. So it's obviously got something in it that's not, it's acting as an antifreeze. But there is a big pipe there. It's got a big old grate on it, so it's not like you're just going to be able to send the drone in there without doing some modifications.
I left my cutting torch.
Yeah, because it's heavy. Also, who brings the effing cutting torch?
The mechanic. I'm a mechanic.
Yeah, you are kind of in real life, and I've never seen you have a cutting torch or a welder or anything.
It's on the truck.
Like,
it's on the truck.
Like, we've never went camping, and you've been like, I got my cutting torch.
That's true.
Let me light that campfire.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a butane torch. All right. Well. I guess I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna go down here and check to see if it's alcoholic.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a medical roll to see if that helps find anything out about how harmful it is for us.
A medical roll is probably close enough. A science roll would be perfect. Medical is acceptable. What kind of tools are you using to determine this?
Excuse me.
The tip of his boot.
That's a good call.
Okay. Well, dipping the tip of your boot in, it's kind of slimy and it sticks to your boot when you come out. Like there's like a layer of it on your boot when you come out. And it smells like poo.
Is there a lot of steam coming off of this pool?
There's not a lot, but anytime that there is a slightly warmer body of liquid, and in 12 to 14 degree weather, there's going to be some coming off of it right near the pipe. So the liquid that is coming out is warmer. But it's not like boiling or anything.
It all smells like shit, though, right?
It smells pretty bad, yeah. But it's like shit mixed with like Drano. Like there's obviously at least household cleaner levels of waste in here.
Right. I did not want to go into the base this way.
I mean, do you want to try to cut the grate and send the drone in?
What are we going to cut?
Do the drones have any kind of tools or anything like that on them where they could be used to cut that thing?
No, it's a camera and a platform.
Gotcha.
I know Homer's middle finger will weld. Will it cut?
You could probably use your laser weaponry to cut if you wanted to expend several rounds.
Yeah, I think our options here are to go, cut it in, see what the drone can find in there. If we do decide to go in this way, it's not going to be fun.
We need suits, respirators.
Do we have a container of? Did anybody bring an empty container?
You want to take a sample of this back to analyze later?
Yeah.
I mean, we got canteens.
I think you can spend a player token to have a sample kit.
Yay, player sample kit. Doing it. Sample kit arrived. Yeah, I'm gonna take a sample.
Okay.
So we can analyze that when we get back. To see what we're actually dealing with.
Those Amazon Prime drones are no joke.
So do we want to, like, from looking at it, could we have somebody climb in from the top and like physically move the grate, or do we want to cut it open with laser weaponry, or do we want to just carry on smartly, and if we come back this way, cut it open then?
Homer's going to be like, well, we do have climbing gear, and I don't think any of us want to swim through that. So if you want to go have a close look at that grate, I think the only way to do it is to climb up the back of that rock and then rappel down.
I
Those
agree.
are my thoughts too, Homer. Yep. All right. Well, with the climbing gear, we can get over there.
Okay. Who's going to go do the climbing?
I think we're all climbing over there.
I need stealth checks again then.
Stealth and climb.
Oh no.
Homer passes.
12.
I got a 13.
Oh, well, we're probably going to be okay.
Nine
got
on
a 6.
stealth. 9.
Okay. Well, we got enough extra points to pull ghosts through. So, as a group, successfully make it. You guys get to the end of it. Homer is an experienced climber. And he has you guys rigged and ready to go. And he's like, 2 of us should stay down here to help with ascent and descent. And then the most experienced 2 should climb up first and then anchor pulleys to the top, and we can just pull everybody up.
Belay away.
So he's like, who's doing what? I can probably climb this.
I will climb with you.
Yeah, I'm afraid of heights.
Climbing is just flying really slow and being touching rocks the whole time.
I'll be on belay for my brother.
Okay. It is a athletic strength check to do the climb. It is a reflex check to do the belay. I need someone to give me a reflex check for belaying Homer.
And for me, I rolled 2 1s.
I got the reflex check here.
Reflex
It is
it's a dexterity check.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so I rolled a 9.
Excellent. So you save Homer's life because he does slip off that rock.
I don't save yours because I only got a 5.
Oh no! So with a snake eyes and a 5, I'm gonna say roll a d6. And that's how much you take. If it's any consolation, Homer fell as well. He's like, that rock is stupidly slick.
Yep, slippery rock.
Give me another reflex check, Thodubs.
Got a 7 that time.
Okay. Homer tries it again and falls. And he hurts himself.
God damn.
And he's like, damn, this is, maybe this isn't the way to go. Maybe we could go sideways. Maybe instead of going up to the top, we could climb part of the way up and then shimmy our way along the side.
Hold my beer. I roll a 5. Oh, fuck!
Homer's like, well, I'm not going to let him do it alone. Ah, there we go. He rolled a 10.
Uh, 7?
Another d6.
Oh, sorry, bro.
So Homer gets over to this thing, and he's like, he's hanging off the side by a cable that he's anchored in, and he's like, shit, I did not expect to be the only one over here. What am I looking for, guys?
You want to see if the tank or the lid can come off easily.
So it's a grate, but yeah, let me go ahead and do that. He's gonna be like, you guys can, use my anchor points to get over here if you want.
Yeah. I just hit 0 on endurance.
Okay. Well, that hurts, but unless you did it all in one shot, you're still conscious and able to do things.
Yeah. Just hurt.
Now it's my turn to help you.
So he rolled boxcars and he's gonna be like, "There's just a latch. It's just a door. You can just open it."
Huh? Can you open it for us?
Sure. And you hear a clunk, and you hear "Ree" as he starts pulling it open.
Luca, I need you to feel better so you can fly that drone down the sewage pipe.
I could stay here on the ground the whole time.
I'm gonna keep looking out as we're sitting between two snow piranha nests.
I lean my back against the rock, and I pull the drone out. And
All right.
oh, I smash it into the. I rolled another 2.
Let's see how many hit points this thing has. Oh, it's only got 1 hit, dude. It's not even worth rolling. So you do hit it.
Use player points.
I'll let you do that. You can use it. You can use a player point. You can use 3 player points.
Yeah, I'll use 3 player points. And as I'm about to smash it into the vent, Homer just catches it like a football.
I feel like Homer's turning into Superman for this group. So Homer guides it. What it was is he's about to hit the gate, and he opened the gate enough for it to get through. It's now in the tunnel. It is very hard, I'd hate to say it, to maneuver within the tunnel. So every check in the tunnel is going to be an increased difficulty.
Yeah, I'm gonna slow her down. I got the IR.
Okay.
I guess that's not as helpful.
Everything's helpful in some form or fashion. I'm assuming you're recording everything, but go ahead and give me recon checks.
Can I give him a leadership?
Sure. You can navigate.
Instead of just a boost dice. Hey, what's that over there? Hold on, let me spin it around.
You can
So
do
doing recon and then piloting, or piloting and recon?
they're separate checks. The piloting is don't smash it on the wall. The recon is what do you see? And either one of you can do the recon check because you're both looking at the monitor. Also, you can take it as a boost if you want.
You need it as a boost.
That's a 10 piloting.
Okay, that does it. Just does it, but it does it. So, who's done the recon? Did you do it or did Ghost do it?
He said I could use him as a boost. So is that both of us? Or now do I get to do a recon with a boost?
You can both do recon separately with no boost, or one of you can boost the other.
You've got the screen on the drone right in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look over your shoulder, but your head keeps getting in the fucking way.
That's a 9, 10, 11.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so the first section, you notice that there are some sensors in this pipe, but they are not like laser tripwire security sensors. They're like plungers that are meant to tell how high the water level is.
Is that a float valve there?
Yeah, it's like a float.
I mean, we haven't tripped anything right now. I think we could get through here. Maybe out through here. I don't know. It looks like it's a viable thing. Want to push on a little bit further?
Yeah, bank's up here to the left. Just watch it.
Okay.
That's another exact 10.
Whoa, watch out for those ladder rungs.
And give me your perception before I tell you how that goes down.
Perception is a 6 plus 2, 8.
So at first, you almost run it into a wall because it looks like the tunnel just dead ends. And you're really confused for just a second, and then you pitch the camera up and realize that there's a completely vertical shaft that this liquid comes down. There is a ladder in it, and there are what look like access points up at the top. It goes up probably 10 stories.
Are you try to fit it up the shaft, or?
I mean, there's probably going to be a door at the top of that shaft, but I think you should try to fly it up.
Or want to just turn it around and pull it back out?
We came this far already?
All right, up the shaft.
The more info we get, the merrier.
Yeah, but if I smash it off that wall, it's a drone that's just in their exit pipe.
I mean, hopefully it'll fall all the way down and the liquid will pull it out into...
That's a 10, 13.
Okay. Take the effect on your perception roll.
That's a 6, 8 plus 3, 11.
All right, so you take it all the way to the top of this thing, and as you go along, there are lots of little pipes and stuff that dumped into it. There's a lot of different sources of nasty that are dumping into this pipe. You get to the very top, and there is, in fact, an access manhole cover. And as far as you can tell, it isn't locked or anything. It's just like an actual manhole cover that you would find in the street at the top.
I mean, there's either entrance or exit, right?
Yeah. Is there any way to mark that location so that we know where that manhole is if we're inside?
Yeah, you should be able to make like a GPS lock of it.
Sweet. All right, pull the drone back out. It's not going any further than the manhole.
You need 3 flyer checks.
Seven plus 3 is a 10. 6 plus 3 is not a 10. That's a 9.
Okay. So you hit a little bit of pipe. It takes 1 point of damage, unless you want to spend a player point.
I mean, it's got 1 hit. Would that just end it, or does that hit its armor?
1 hits, it just ends it. There's no armor on this thing. Oh, wait. It has armor plus 2. This little thing has armor? I'm gonna have to go back and see how they made that. Okay, so, yeah, no, you're fine.
Dinged it. 7 plus 3 is a 10.
Nice.
Considering the amount of points it must have cost to make this thing, giving it 2 armor is an amazing use of space. I would have given it better sensors. But, in this case, it saved your butt. So that's all of them, right?
Yep, made
Right.
it out the pipe.
So it zips out. Homer closes the gate and latches it and starts making his way back.
Homer, you are an excellent member of this team.
Well, thank you. Does that mean I'm on the crew?
We've been discussing it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
remember
go-
when you stabbed me?
I mean, what's a little stabbing between friends?
That's what I told Stacy. We should go get the other drone, though. We gotta go east.
right, give me your stealth checks. Homer had a 10 that time, so he actually has effect.
11.
8.
6.
Still more than enough effect to get everybody out.
Do you still need mine?
Oh, I do need yours. I thought you said you passed.
Got 6.
Okay. That's enough effect to bring you out.
Okay.
Okay, so let me pack this map up. And rather than take you back to the wilderness where you would intercept the drone, I'm going to show you the map that you didn't go to because you wanted to send a drone there.
Andy.
The drone's completely automated. So what you see is what you get.
Goes back and lands on my wrist like a falcon.
It would crush your wrist. It's the size of a basketball.
Oh.
It just hovers right over your wrist like it's one of those magic balls.
Yeah.
Right.
It thinks it's a parrot and it just hovers on his shoulder.
Okay. Well, it's pretty straightforward.
All right, so entrance is through the vent, exit is through the poop.
Maybe not. You know, I'm not for that whole poopy exit.
I mean, unlocked door and some kind of lever to open up a manhole that we have the exact location for tagged.
If we're coming out that sewer, we're gonna be covered in that shit.
Could be our backup emergency exit, maybe. I don't know.
Well, before we totally rule out the sewer, the vent's got some advantages and disadvantages to it. It's got plenty of places to cover and approach if we walk our butts up there. I don't think our original plan of airdropping into it will work with the grate and the giant fan thing. Other things, if we stop that fan, like if we stop ventilation, could give us away. So that's something we need to think about how we're going to, if we're going to go down the exhaust vent. Like,
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. So the sewage entrance is the only way to remain stealthy up until like inside. As soon as we fuck up this vent, they'll know.
not without going up there and taking a look at the vent ourselves and maybe finding something, but just looking at this picture, right? Like there's plenty of trees around here. There's plenty of cover. There's cover right around the vent itself. Like getting up to it, I don't think will be too difficult. But how do we get under the grate and this little fan thing here? Like, is that affecting? Like, is it an exhaust fan or is it just a random thing that's not moving there without going up there and look?
Yeah, I'm not an expert, guys, Homer says, but shouldn't you have like more than one plan for getting out? Like, these both seem like they have advantages and disadvantages. Why not plan for both?
Indeed.
Also, you guys were telling me about that really cool movie and I watched it, and the idea of having like a shuttle or something scoop in and then like hook some stuff and pull us out would be like pretty awesome. I realize awesome isn't the goal here, but you know, if we have to make a quick exit, coming out the vent and getting scooped up by a shuttle, that could be fun.
A low flying shuttle or a super high flying shuttle? Because it'll get shot down by the SAM sites.
Oh, well, we probably would have to deal with the SAMs in that scenario. But you guys were just, you know, you're talking about that skyhook thing, and I thought it was pretty awesome. And I just want to point it out.
to do the skyhook thing if we go that route, because I agree it would also be super awesome and not involve crawling through currently not tested for what it is poop water. Just realized that increases our chances of detection from any sort of radar system, or even if the SAMs don't shoot us because we sabotage them or something like that. Like, we're not being stealthy. Sure, we'll get out, but we're not being stealthy.
That's true too. I guess maybe it's not the best plan. It just sounded cool.
It definitely sounds coolest.
Yeah, I still want a squirrel suit down the side of the mountain.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you could totally drop in from high altitude if you wanted to take the vent route. I don't think the intention was, well, Homer wouldn't know that. But in metagame, the intention was never for you to actually go all the way through the tunnel, like while skydiving. It was to skydive to the tunnel. But that's why you did recon.
So at this juncture, I think we have two options. We go put eyes on the vent, or we go down and finish up our planning and get some rest.
Okay, Captain. I mean, we're here. The closer we get to the top, to the vent, and put eyes on it, it's going to be difficult to do that. My brother here's hurt. I was hurt, but I'm feeling better now. Really, I think it's up to you, Cap.
Yeah, that's some more ice climbing. Them rocks were slippery enough. I mean, we can measure that vent. You could just fit a human through one of those little holes, right?
Yeah, we'll have to go analyze that data. But we can do all that back in town. And we've proven our ice climbing abilities are yet to be amazing. Except for Homer, he's pretty good at it.
Homer fell 3 times.
Nah, he gets credit because he's the only one that made it on the 4th try. But I'm
in
gonna
my
say.
head, I was like, if he fails this one, he's going in the poop water.
See, no one wants to go into the poop water.
No, not at all. I think, I think we got to head back to town then.
Yep.
Okay.
Concur.
Homer's like, it's probably going to take a day and a half to make it the whole way back. We're going to have to make camp at some point.
Just snow piranhas.
No one's been eaten by one
sleep
yet.
The whole way.
Yeah, now that we've said that,
And jinx ourselves now.
I'm also really hungry.
Yeah, you and because you guys are healing,
Yes.
the Boaz brothers are in a perpetual state of ravenous hunger right now. I imagine you guys have eaten through all of your dry rations, just like munching while hiking.
Not even heated up. Like, that's just raw ramen.
In the hiking parlance, I imagine you've gotten down to where you're eating the emergency bricks that are made out of sawdust.
Aiden, you got any more food?
Yeah, I got some food, some rations here for you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
So you guys get to your first, well, as far as you're going to go for your campsite, and who's doing the first watch? We're going to assume that dinner goes well.
I'll go ahead and take first.
Okay. Give me a perception check for first watch.
We got a 5.
You don't see shit.
That's about it.
Who's doing second watch? Luckily, nothing happens.
I'll take
I'll do it.
second.
There you go.
Go ahead. I got it.
Do it.
Nine.
You are vigilant, and you see snow piranhas on the horizon, but they don't come close. So nothing happens during your shift either. Who takes third shift?
That'll be me.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
11.
You are vigilant, and you see snow piranhas and a group of soldiers with flashlights patrolling through the woods. Their trajectory is going to bring them pretty close to your camp.
How much time?
It's going to take them quite a while, especially if they avoid the snow piranhas, which you figure that if they live this long out in the wilderness, they probably are going to do. You have maybe an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours.
How many of them?
It's hard to tell for sure how many of them there are. You brought binoculars and thermal vision, so I'm going to say that you can guesstimate that there is a half dozen of them.
I'm gonna wake up the captain. Holmes,
What's up?
it's about half a dozen soldiers out there with flashlights. They're gonna make their way around and over to here in about an hour.
Do we have any meat left?
Yes, you would have killed an elk for dinner again, so you'd have a shit ton of meat left.
Do we want to take a drone and lure the snow piranhas over to them?
I like that idea.
While we pack up and go the other direction?
How quiet are the drones? Are they going to be able to hear the drones, or?
I mean, the drones do make noise, but they don't make a ton of noise. They're recon drones.
Do they sound like the piranhas? They
They don't sound directly like them, but the piranhas are a lot louder than they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I say we lure the piranhas to them.
I think
It's a
that
hell of a
sounds like
try.
a cool idea.
That's a Kizik thing in my mind.
And we wake everybody else up and get ready to break camp and move.
I mean, that thing isn't off and you are in 30 fucking seconds. You are grounded forever.
All right,
So yeah,
start
let's
making
wake
my
him.
meat
Let's do it.
popsicle.
Your fire
Yeah.
meat.
Yeah, take a flare and you put it in there so it gets nice and warm. Better with the string. I know where to hang it so it flies and it's got the good balance. All right, where am I headed this? Hold on, I just woke up.
So the guards are coming around. They're like hereish. You need to get the drone to like circle these piranhas and take them to the guards.
Not just put the piranhas between the guards and us.
We want the piranhas to attack the guard. It's fun.
We don't want the guards to know that there's a drone that's carrying a flaming piece of meat towards them. I mean, if that's what the captain says, we'll go for it.
Well, if we drop it close enough, they won't have to like drop it on top of them. They should be warm enough because they're up and walking around. That one of two things will happen. They'll like the snow piranhas will get to meet and be happy while we go the other direction, and the guards go, "Oh crap, snow piranhas," and they go the other direction, or the snow piranhas will eat the meat and the guards won't go the other direction, and the snow piranhas will have fun with the guards while we go the other direction.
All right then. I'm gonna go try to dip it a couple times in here and then hang it low and drag it right around the other side of the ice mound.
Okay. I don't know what I did with... Oh, I guess I can use these guys.
Uh, 5 plus 3 is an 8.
Okay, so you're trying to put these things between...
Correct.
Okay. And that ice mound that's in your way... Like, your drone can't... They can't see through that.
Yeah, but I dipped him down. I was dragging him here.
Okay, so you're gonna go around. Okay. Go ahead and give me your flight check.
I rolled one as an 8. You want me to give you another one?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. I have a misbehaving child right now. Okay. Let me roll this. Okay. So they start changing direction and heading towards these guys. These guys aren't sure why they're behaving differently. They are going to notice it and like start withdrawing quickly, but not quickly enough, and the piranhas are going to change directions and come after them. Any one of you guys watching is going to hear some screams, going to see some carnage, and
Take off.
Yes.
they also don't spot the drone.
Nice.
Very stealthily. We can get out of here.
The drone stops and looks back at him, and then shakes his head and flies straight back.
Yep, time to go.
Okay.
Do we have 3 axes now, or just 1?
You guys have one for each of the elks you killed, so you would have 3. Or you'd have the potential for 3, I should say.
Luca loves this new axe. And if he's offered another, we'll put 2 of them on this back and say, like, I'm a snow Viking.
Okay. You are welcome to do that. So you guys break camp, and you head back to town. And that completes your recon mission.
I almost died.
Twice.
Yeah.
I fell off the side of a small rock outcropping. But I'm glad you're feeling better. Like, I worked real hard to make sure you're okay. Captain Holmes almost died too.
Thanks, bro.
Did you
But
see the size of that guy?
I definitely got my XCOM fix in.
That thing was huge.
I just appreciate that there is another member of this group that recognize all those. You see, Ghost has only played the first-person shooter game of XCOM, so he has like an idea, but he doesn't have the reactions you had to it.
The heavy floaters and archons, like, ugh.
The berserker busting out of the office door. I'm gonna die.
I know what those things do.
And then he shot it with the frenzy thing while it was on top of you, and I was like, God, if he doesn't kill it.
It was a finger cross.
Admittedly, I was expecting to be boiled alive underneath the berserker. But I appreciate your well-placed shot.
All right, so what's you guys' plan of action? You have all this information. You make it back to town. Everybody's going to be able to rest and recoup. Technically, you're not back at the warehouse, but
Yeah, I was just about to say we're not here at the warehouse though.
I don't have a town map. So
That's okay.
I think there's a couple of things we need to do. We need to analyze our sewage water sample, and we need to analyze that picture for like the size of the grates and whether or not we can fit them. And then we present all this information to the adjutant.
well, that will require you to go back to the warehouse.
I know I want to see the adjutant and see if they can maybe get some information about this star chart I've got.
Ooh. Yeah, but the warehouse is far, far away.
Yeah, I know. It's just when I get there.
We're bringing Homer back to the warehouse.
Yeah, I don't know that we're that far.
Is Homer starting to, to get the posse together to go storm the mountain, or what's Homer doing here?
He's agreed to hold off on that because you've promised that you're going to kill that bitch.
Copy that.
Because eventually, I mean, we have evidence of all of that, and yeah, okay, not at the warehouse, just looking at the warehouse.
Not at the warehouse, just looking at the warehouse. Unless you guys want to arrange a charter flight to go all the way back, which you could.
No, that's okay. But I can take the footage, right, that we copied from Portia's brother, his body.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
You can do whatever you want with these stuff that you have on your tablets and such. Analyzing the contents of the liquid is actually going to be a little difficult out there in the bush. That's going to be the hardest thing to do. Looking at the video and guesstimating size, that won't be too difficult.
Is there any sort of, I don't want to say hospital, like clinic or anything like that in the town?
There's a doctor's office, yeah.
I think, yeah, I will go to the doctor's office and see if they have any equipment that could help me analyze this sample.
So let's RP that. You walk through the door, and the receptionist is like, "How can I help you?" And you say,
Are we morning, evening?
"Whatever time."
Good morning. I'm running some tests on some liquid. We kind of think that the communication center up there might be, polluting the local wildlife, and without having to drive all the way back to any of the bigger cities. I'm trying to see if you have any like lab equipment that I could use to analyze this potentially toxic sample that I have here.
So the young woman behind the counter is going to be like, okay, you're definitely not from around here. We know that they're polluting the mountain. That's one of the problems we have with them is, we know that, and we've lost the lawsuit to do anything about it. Also, the fact that you were able to get up there and get that sample without getting shot is amazing because, they shoot people for being on that mountain.
Yep. We heard about your lawsuit, and we're trying to get some bigger players involved from the planetary government, but we needed some amount of evidence, and I don't want to leave to go all the way back down the mountain or down to the bigger city to analyze this if I don't have to.
Give me a advocate or admin roll.
Good thing I'm horrible at both of those.
It's also education.
Well, if I didn't have to subtract 3 from it, it would be an 8. But since I have to subtract 3, it's only a 5.
Okay. So, she's going to be like, from a legal perspective, like, our hands are tied and there's nothing we can really do to help you. And because the company in question funds a bunch of the stuff in town, including this clinic, I think it would be a really bad idea for us to get involved. Also, we'd have to send it out of town anyway, because we don't have on-site lab equipment that can analyze that kind of thing. We're just a doctor's office.
So I appreciate the willingness to assist.
Like, sorry, I couldn't be a help, but like, she's like, and you're probably going to find a similar answer from most people around here. Not that people don't want that to happen, but you know, it's a corporation and they've legally got their meat hooks and everything.
I understand. That's why it's so difficult to do anything to them. I appreciate the help. I'm gonna walk out.
Yep.
So now I guess the question is, do we head back to do the analyzing of this, or do we take the fact that we have a boot that isn't deteriorating and a canteen that isn't deteriorating, or my sample kit that's not deteriorating?
Just ask Aiden to drink it.
I'll just put it on his pizza and see what happens.
Right?
He'll eat anything.
What?
Or like, I think we have enough information that it's not going to kill us, especially if we come prepared and bring like vac suits or anything to make that climb, because that's going to be a very disgusting climb in case we go that way.
Yeah, I mean, hazmat suits are a thing.
Yeah, I think if we can get a hold of hazmat suits, the best way then is to halo jump in, so that we don't have to carry that gear all the way there. We'll take the sewers after halo jumping to the sewers and go in very sneaky. So our goal ultimately is to put the USB drive in without anybody knowing anything.
So things that we do know is, as we're deeper in there, it's a relatively safe bet that the drainage to the sewers is at the bottom of the facility. But again, that's an assumption. And we know that the bottom floor is all support equipment. Above that, the computer core, the archive and birthing, and then the offices up on the first floor. Do we know if is the main entry on the first floor?
It gave you guys detailed.
Yep. I'm trying to think, because we had 4 floors, entry offices on the first, and trying to map how the exhaust would go up to the top of the mountain in my head. Because I think the easiest way to do this is to start at one end and move to the other, but have the ability to go turn around if necessary. Like, there's some advantages to going in the sewer. If it pops out, it's a safe assumption in my mind. Please correct me if anybody has any opposing opinions to go in through the sewer, because it's the support equipment would probably be where that manhole opens up. It's probably not going to open up into birthing or entry offices or computer core. And then to move up into the computer core and hopefully only stay on the lower levels and then go back out the sewer.
Yeah, I think
But-
that's a good plan, but I think maybe she might be in the offices, and if we have to
Yep.
kill her, we're gonna have to go all the way up.
So we come to another dilemma. Like, if we murder somebody in their building, like, there's no stealth in that. We need to get her out of the building to do our fun and shenanigans to her. Just my opinion.
I don't know, you kill her with ricin or something, make it look like a heart attack.
I mean, that's an option. Are we prepared for that?
They'll never know.
Or is it we have Aiden meet her for a second hiring interview because he's got more questions before he gets started and take care of her there? Or something like that.
Also, she's part of the Temple of Synthetic Unity. I don't know if poison's gonna work.
It's a good point. She's not gonna die like a normal person.
And if we go and try to find that out while we're in the facility, there's nothing stealthy about that. But I think we have a solid plan of, like, we make two plans up, like getting hazmat suits in, go up into the support equipment room, assuming that that's where it comes out, and that is an assumption. Strip out of the hazmat suits, go sneak around, get the USB thing into the computer, go back down, throw hazmat suits out, and hoof it out the sewage thing. Or alternate courses of actions, we can go in through the sewer and out through the ventilation. And depending on what goes there, we could go in through the sewer and out through the front gate, depending on what's presented to us.
True.
Because that's one thing we haven't looked at is the front gate. But those are just my thoughts on options that we have.
I mean, do we want to have 2 people come in the top hole, 2 people come in the bottom hole?
I don't know if we want to split up like that.
If we knew what we were doing, like if we knew exactly where we were going, I think there's value in that. Because like last time we did that, where 2 of us went to the top of the building and 2 of us murdered the security chief guy and half his guards. That worked, but we knew what we were doing. Here, we don't know anything about what we're going, like what's going on inside of that building. I'm not opposed to it.
I mean, it doubles our chances of getting in and helping, and it also doubles our chances of getting caught.
Yeah. And then, do we want to, on the way in, take out and like the SAMs so that we can escape via shuttle if we need to, and set that kind of escape up if necessary?
That would require us to come in on foot, I think, instead of coming in on Halo drop.
Yep.
But that's okay.
That also destroys all semblance of stealth.
Yeah, staying sneaky so they don't know we're there.
Blowing up the SAM sites does that.
Yeah.
You don't have to blow them up to sabotage them.
I would
And
imagine there'd be-
the Boaz brothers, as military men, would absolutely know that.
I mean, there'd still be a log of ship flew over and didn't blow up.
Assuming we don't delete that log.
I was about to say, you're going to make me spell this out for you, aren't you? The GM just said it's an option. You can do it if the thing you sabotage is the sensor that would see the ship going overhead. Missiles can't fire at things they can't see.
So I think like there's lots of different ways that we can do this. Like we can send 2 people in, like one. There's lots of different ways that we can do this. Anybody got any preferences?
You also don't have to figure it out today, and it is 5 minutes after midnight, so maybe you guys should take a minute and, maybe talk about this in the Discord a little bit, and then reconvene at the beginning of our next session in a couple weeks with a fully fleshed out plan. Maybe watch some of those Mission Impossible movies that I said might be good inspiration for this. But you don't have to do it any of those particular ways. I personally don't actually have a right or wrong way to do this. But it's very interesting listening to you guys weigh different options. As always, there's insights that I didn't think of with yours, and insights that you're not thinking of that I had. So, yeah, that's been fun. Anyway, thanks everybody for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Hope everybody had a good evening, and I will see most of you on Delta Green in a week or so.
Yep, next Friday.